Hello and welcome everyone back to the house the devil built, a very special 5-week event here on 5% Chance featuring Monster of the Week as our game. I am joined tonight by an incredibly talented group of heroes who I have the pleasure of asking to introduce themselves and their characters for the evening now. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to our first hunter of the evening, Dare.
Hi, hey, and hello. My name is Dare, pronounced she, they, Faye. I am your resident trans girl disaster and polyam princess. Namely, I just get into trouble and people keep inviting me places. Tonight, I am playing Jumpin' Josephine Juniper, your resident spellslinger who's never done a thing wrong in her life, and she's super not sad and coping. I'm gonna throw it over to Justin.
Hi everyone, my name is Justin, also known as Freddy's roommate on the internet, where I occasionally make some videos, and I will be playing Cornelius Wallace tonight, a very high on himself explorer. Kicking it off to Jackie, go.
Hi everyone, my name is Jackie. You can find me on most socials using the username Jackie_Ilana_Chan. I'll be playing Ruth Baker tonight, and she's a skeptic, but nonetheless interested in what is going on in this household. Next, we go to VJ.
Hi, everybody. My name's VJ. My pronouns are they, them, he, him, and something funny. If you got a funny pronoun, put it in the chat. I'm super curious. I'm a full-time TTRPG designer and game master over on Start Playing. And tonight, I'm going to be playing Reginald Dowie McDowell. He is the Crooked and is here to knock some skulls, I guess.
Oh, wonderful. And I am Dean Daisies, and I will be your keeper of mysteries through all 5 weeks of the event. Now, if you've joined us on previous episodes of The House the Devil Built, you'll know that you can get involved in the story in real time through donation redemptions. You can either help the party out through giving them blesses that they can use to increase their rolls. You can give them instant successes. You can even summon helpful spirits to potentially aid the party. Or if you like, you can give me curse points that I can use to lower their rolls. You can summon poltergeists and even shift the rooms around within Hawthorne Manor. You can find a full list of those redemptions using the hashtag redeem function. They'll also be on screen periodically throughout the night, just as a reminder. And you can also use channel point redemptions to get those redeems as well. You can find a full list of those underneath the chat under the channel point menu. And without further ado here, we will hop into episode 3 of The House the Devil Built, Dead End.
Gulp.
Isn't it funny how time has a way of bringing us together time and time again? Try as hard as we might, we can never break free from that natural cycle. The leaves fall and die, and the following spring, new flowers will bloom. New life follows death as relentlessly as the seasons follow each other. Fame will be fleeting. Brothers will fight, and old wounds will heal, whether you want them to or not. But time keeps moving forward. Season after season, year after year, century after century. We come now to the turning of the new century. The year is 1902, and the world has found new stories to tell about the wonders of scientific advancement. Companies like Edison's Electric are bringing electric lighting to the masses. The streets are filled more and more with these new horseless carriages, and thanks to the work of scientists like Marie Curie, the world is beginning to understand the stuff that it is made of. But sometimes you can know just enough for it to be dangerous. take Hawthorne Manor, for example. Now, 20 years ago, if the news had started to spread about two brothers that lived at the manor mysteriously disappearing one night within the walls of the house, the entire town would be up in an uproar of hushed rumors and whispered gossip. I mean, after the tragic deaths of the original owners of the house, Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne, the strange disappearance of a group of exorcists who were sent into the house, and a terrible explosion that claimed the lives of several government workers, people have more than enough reason to believe that something dark was afoot. Enter the Society of Velvet Jacks, a group of paranormal skeptics experienced at disproving supernatural phenomenon. Knowing of the strange history at Hawthorne Manor and the prestige that finding a scientific explanation to the phenomenon that have occurred there for years would bring to your group, the Velvet Jacks have sought an investigation into the manor and the recent disappearance of the DeLuca brothers. We head now and begin our story at the Royal Flush Bar, the world's first speakeasy, hiding not somewhere to drink in quiet in the back rooms, but the headquarters of the Velvet Jacks, where one of the Jacks is about to discover a break in the Hawthorne case. Which one of you is the Jack of Diamonds?
Hi, hey, and hello.
Dare. So Josephine, what are you doing as you discover this break in the case? How are you helping to investigate into Hawthorne Manor?
I think in true Josephine fashion, I think she was actually taking a moment of divination, sort of going through and checking with her cards. She has a deck of tarot cards she keeps on hand at all moments. And let me look at some stuff I could do here. I think she was absolutely trying to use some magic, if I can make a roll for that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll plus weird, please.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that is a 9 plus 2. That is an 11.
Excellent. Yeah, then you get to choose what effect you would like to use with your magic.
I think the way she is trying to do this is by observing another place or time. I think it does not have to be like super precise, but just trying to pick up on anything to see if that's if she can at least get an echo of what's happened historically here.
Absolutely, yeah. Josephine, as your vision leaves your body and heads towards Hawthorne Manor, and you begin to travel back in time, you begin to see the seasons passing like moments in front of you. Day and night becomes blurred together in a sort of twilight fashion as the clock rewinds faster and faster through time. You see the mansion that is currently there fall to the ground and reconstruct into the old mansion. You see the explosion briefly one night. You see the mansion grow younger and younger instead of older until it falls again in its initial construction, and you go back further and further until the city of Pittsburgh is just starting to be founded along the river banks. And high up on Mount Washington, you see workers there. People digging into the earth beneath the location that would be Hawthorne Manor. There's a coal mine here. And it's very possible that there are shafts of the coal mine and maybe natural tunnels that weave all the way up to the surface, maybe close to the mansion. It's possible maybe the brothers disappeared down here. And as you see the mine there, your vision slowly comes back to your body.
I think like she almost moves with a start, as if like shoved back into her own body. And I think she looks to see if anyone else is in the room.
Yes. The Jack of Hearts is in the room with you.
That's me.
Cornelius.
So, I think the first thing that she does then is like, okay, so, while I was taking a split second to sort of bounce around the spirit realm, I have happened to notice something. It seems like there are tunnels at the Hawthorne estate that we maybe want to check out first. Seems
You
like
have
it
a
might be a bit
lead.
pertinent. The cards always reveal.
I would like to get out a random suitcase that has not so like very unsafe equipment, like with nodes and stuff, and has little suction cups to some electrical device, and just put them on the temples of Josephine to see if I can get like a reading. It does not work.
I love her giving the full story and then also getting the the thing to the temple.
You know what they say? Trust but verify.
Have I ever led you astray?
Yes, several times.
Have I ever led you astray in a way that wouldn't cause you to be standing here right now, alive and breathing?
Yes, that's what happened in Mexico.
You're no fun.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my fake readings that are very inaccurate and see if I can get anything out of it. And then I'm going to take these readings and bring them to my brother. And I'm just gonna like knock incessantly at his door. Like the old Sheldon knock.
As you kind of knock, right when you're mid-knock on the final one, the door swings open. Dowie, who is just like shirtless in like his long trousers, clearly has just pulled himself out of bed, haggard. What do you want, Corny?
Not even like looking at him in the eye. I'm just gonna put the suction cups like right on his chest and see if I can get a reading. Interesting. Oh, by the way, we have a lead. Daisy, do I have like this like the little like what's it called? Dial go anywhere?
Wait, I would like to note before you say that, before you answer, Dowie is wearing like a really gaudy pendant that he like is completely out of his style, but wears it all the time. And it's like set in white gold and a big purple gem in the middle, like on his chest. And it is
Oh God.
something magical.
Oh no.
Go ahead and roll to investigate a mystery, Cornelius, with plus sharp, please.
I have +2 sharp. Okay. This isn't terrible. This is a great idea. Okay. That is a 9 + 2. That is a 11.
Okay. You get some readings off of Dowie, and maybe the pendant that he is wearing. You get to you get to hold 2, I believe, 2 or 3. My list is not accurate.
I get to hold 2 or 3 what?
Do you have the list for questions you can ask on and investigate a mystery roll? It should be on the
Ooh, okay.
reference sheet.
Yes. Okay. Investigate a mystery. Okay. When you investigate a mystery, blah 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 blah. What? One
Yeah,
can be
you can ask
spent.
2 of the questions from that list there.
Got you. Okay. What can it do? That's what I'm gonna ask. And oh, what can it hurt specifically?
Dowie, what can your pendant do?
Yeah, if he grasps the pen and he thinks about it for a second, it can shift into a skeleton key. And I guess it could technically hurt anyone when it's in its regular pendant form. It's kind of heavy. He swung it around like a weapon before and clocked somebody in the face in a bar fight, but I don't think that's like magical.
Interesting. Interesting.
Uh,
I'm I'm going to put on some rubber gloves, like very gaudy, like way too big for my hands, and just kind of like touch it, see if it does anything. Dowie, do you know what this means?
That you woke me up without a drink, a smoke, or
Oh,
breakfast.
no, it means we can pull off any heist in the world. Oh, this would go for so much money. Wait, no, this is ours. We can take the money. Are you ready? Get dressed. Come on, come on, come on. And I'm gonna knock
I
on
need my morning
Ruth's door.
smoke. Wait, just give me 20 minutes.
I'm already gone. I'm knocking on Ruth's door.
I answer with a jolt. Yes. What is it?
Okay, with like you just see Cornelius with the big like gloves, like giant goggles that he does not need, and I'm just gonna like turn around, like get dressed. We have a heist. Come on, come on, come on.
A heist? I thought we were done with
Do I
that
get
already.
any readings off of Ruth?
um,
These are all bogus readings, Daisy, by the way. So have fun with it.
I would say following along the lines that you might have gotten from Dowie. Yeah, you get some vague like magical readings from Ruth as well. They're not as specific as they were. But yeah, there's something magical pointing on the dial.
Oh God, it's worse than I thought, Ruth.
What is? Where's everyone? And she steps out into like the main foyer.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna I'm gonna take off my hat, and it's gonna be like a large bag of salt. I'm just gonna like pour like a little line around Ruth just in case, like a little circle. That's it.
Okay then.
Don't ruin the circle.
I tiptoe around the circle.
Nope, you have to stay
Yep.
there. Do you know what happens if you break the circle?
Apparently not.
Great, because I don't either. And I'm gonna get my stuff and get dressed.
So we're gonna cut to the 4 Velvet Jacks meeting up back in your central room, having gotten the vaguest of alarms from Cornelius. We are joined with both Dowie and Ruth, along with Josephine here, as the 4 of you come together now and learn about this information of the mines beneath Hawthorne Manor.
I just want to note it takes Dowie's not there for another 10 minutes after everybody else, but he is there.
What the heck? This is a speakeasy, right? Can I make some hair of the dog for everyone? Maybe some gin, a good gin drink of the time for everyone, right? Bright early in the morning.
I'll take you up on that.
Okay.
Only if you're quiet when you make it, okay? Too loud.
I don't know how gin drinks are made, but I'm shaking the ice vigorously. What? I can't hear you, Dowie. I'm just shaking.
Corny.
Oh, actually, Dowie, I have an invention for that. And you see Ruth pull like this huge like leather face mask on, and there are frozen ice cubes on it. It's supposed to help with headaches after hangovers, actually. And she attempts to like give it to you. Try it on. It helped me last night.
Sure, anything.
Did it work? Is it working?
Is it working? Did it work?
Dowie, your face feels very cold. You feel very refreshed. You are, it has about the same effect as like dumping a bucket of water would have on you, but it's just without all of the mess that entails.
Actually, this is pretty good. I like this a lot.
Brilliant. We'll market it tomorrow.
Well, hold that thought. We might be busy tomorrow.
Then the next day.
Possibly the next day. Josephine, could you please tell everyone about your what do you call it? An apparition dream?
Divination.
What you call it? A divination, yes.
Divination. And I do. Just gonna save us time there.
I repeat you
I-
very similar.
Yeah, no, I essentially revealed that under the that there are mines underneath the estate that we should check out.
Yes. And with
Brilliant.
With
Amazing.
Dowie's new jewelry, we should get in pretty easily.
We should absolutely head out now.
Excellent.
What was
I
we
already
waiting
packed the
for?
car.
Wait, I can't leave the circle yet.
Oh wait, are you still?
Jesus Christ. Dowie walks over and just kicks the sand, kicks the salt.
It wasn't me. Cornelius, it wasn't me. And I run into my room to go get my stuff.
Jesus. Corny, do you even know what the purpose of that is?
Yes.
Really, what is it?
To stop a spirit. We'll find out what the purpose is. We will
Are
never
you
find out
calling
because you
Ruth
broke
a
it.
spirit?
No, we all have spirits. Some say souls. Not everyone has a soul, but that's beside the point. Anyway, there are proper things that we can do to help ourselves against the supernatural if we ever find one, that is. But that's fine. We'll be fine.
When you say ever find one, I think Josephine's eye just raises, and I think there's just a small cut to her meticulously preparing like little runes for this space, so there aren't spirits like at night, and
That's
just
wonderful.
completely unnoticed by everyone else.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. I've been looking
Just
for a
raises
ghost.
her eyebrow and says nothing.
Mhm. Dowie, brother, I know something that
Morning.
will get you awake, more excited.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Do you like money?
I do love money.
Ah, yes. Everyone loves money, especially you. And if we go to this place, they might have some money, some gold, buried treasure. Come on. You know you want, huh? Come on.
Listen, I'm going because you're going, otherwise you get yourself killed. Alright, I just finished my drink, please.
That has never been true. I have never been killed. That I know of.
And how often have I gone with you when you haven't been killed?
Well, every single time, but that's beside the point.
Exactly. So if I didn't go, you would get yourself killed.
That is a hypothesis that I do not want to test.
Then don't test it. I'm coming with you.
Okay, fine. On one condition. Maybe I try something, you know. Give him an old punch or two like you do all the time.
Sure, Corny, if you want to punch something, go right ahead.
Cornelius is like probably like a stick thin. He's never punched something. Punched a clock, maybe, but he's never punched anything. Punched numbers, maybe, but that's it. and he's going to like what's it called, the old timey put up your dukes. See, I've been working on my form.
Okay, hit me right here. Come on.
Okay, Cornelius is going to try his best and rope a dope and just taps down in there. That's 30% stronger.
Great job, Corny.
30%.
I think at that we will cut the scene over to Hawthorne Mansion as the Velvet Jacks arrive outside the front gates. The location of Hawthorne Mansion is very well known in the city of Pittsburgh. It's easy to find your way up to the top of Mount Washington, where you see the gate leading up to the property itself. You would have known through your research that the house currently is home to a large Italian extended family who were granted residence after an accident at Hawthorne Steel. But we will pick up the scene as your automobile arrives outside the main gates here.
Interesting. Is our automobile quiet?
I don't think any automobiles were quiet then.
Oh gosh, you're gonna hear us from a mile away. Okay.
You could, if you wanted to have stopped further back, we could certainly have, stopped you out of sight, out of distance.
No, I'm fine with whatever. It's fine. Are we waiting on someone?
After you, brother.
Okay. I'm going to walk out the car, get to the back, and I'll try to carry my very unnecessary equipment all at once, and just try my best. Clearly stumbling.
Dowie helps with some of the equipment. Takes
Just
the heaviest
one-handed.
bits.
Will also help too.
Awesome. I would say as you are carrying all of this equipment and stuff up to the front gates, you see a tiny army of human children running down to the front gates, accompanied by a handful of adults as well. As they get to the gates, you're slowly swarmed with kids who are like, oh, let me help you, let me carry that, can we help you, let us help you, as the adults are behind them kind of yelling to hey, give them a minute, give them space, back off, one at a time.
Watch your pockets. Excuse me, children.
Anything goes missing from my pockets, somebody's gonna regret it.
There's a few of the kids who look up at you with really big eyes.
I push through the gates. No, on my way. Sorry. Bye.
Sorry about that. One of the adults comes up to you, a middle-aged Italian man with a mustache, wearing suspenders and a white-collared shirt. I'm Anthony DeLuca. You must be the inspectors that the city was sending?
Yes.
Yes,
Of course.
inspectors.
Uh,
I'm gonna wink over at Dowie.
Wonderful. Please, let us show you up to the mansion. We're so grateful that you're here to help us find our brothers. We've been worried sick since they disappeared.
I'm going to take out my notebook. Please, tell me more about these brothers.
Sure. right this way. As
Yeah, we
he-
can walk and talk, Aaron Sorkin.
he leads you up to the manor. If you're gonna ask more about it, go ahead and roll to investigate a mystery again, Cornelius, with plus sharp.
Plus sharp. Okay, +2. That is a 2 + 2 + 2. That is 6.
6. Okay. So you reveal some information to adversaries or whomever you're talking to. You can still ask one general question. However, something bad will happen.
I do have the ability Suspicious Mind. Does that help anything?
Read what that does for me, please.
If someone lies to you, you know it. That's all it says. It moves.
Excellent. No one has lied to you yet, but I will keep that in mind.
Okay. But yeah, the question I ask is, what happened here?
Okay.
Or actually, no, what is being concealed here? That's a better question.
Ooh, excellent. So, we pick up the scene in the study of Hawthorne Manor as the Velvet Jacks are gathered around. Most of the kids, you can see them like peeking in through a couple of the doors that are in the mansion. There's bright and sunny here. The entire mansion has a feeling of warmth and being lived in by this family. There are various toys and clothes and things scattered about that the adults in the mansion keep telling the kids to pick up. It seems like the entire extended family of 5 or 6 siblings live here with their children as well. What is being, as you're talking to Tony, and kind of getting the history of how the family came into owning the house and he vaguely mentions that one of his brothers, Marco, had been acting strangely, but then brushes past it as just him being sick. But it's the vague manner in which he mentions it that kind of catches it. However, as you go to like ask him again about this, I'm gonna say the bad thing that happens is you accidentally slip up and reveal that you're with the Society of Velvet Jacks and not official investigators. As Tony then kind of looks over at you and goes, I'm sorry, can I see some official identification?
Ooh.
I have an idea.
Oh, sure,
Mostly,
Josephine.
I'm going to
Ideas,
try to
that's a good
manipulate
idea.
someone.
I was looking at that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Beautiful. Let's see. I have a little charm. Let's hope it's enough to be dangerous. It's a 9. Okay. Alright, so I got, a 9, so a mixed success.
Where is my list? Okay. What are you asking Tony DeLuca to do here?
So mostly about the asking for ID. I think I know they'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now. Should you mean it? I think I'm going to come clean, like for what we are doing here, or at least a version of coming clean. So sort of as the ID is asked for, I'm like, so unfortunately, we did tell a bit of a untruth. But considering some of these circumstances that may be a part of this, certain parties seem like they are not quite interested, especially because there is a bit of, well, your name is a well-known quantity here, and I sort of gesture to the everything about the estate. So, as part of what we are doing here, anything that is a little too suspicious can say completely off the record, and as a act of good nature, I will even leave this with you, and it is my, I think it is a collection of all of my, tricks. It is, sealed and bound. Now, I will say, that has a little trigger on it, so I do know if someone's actually opened it, so I would not recommend you doing so. But consider it as a bit of collateral to make sure that we are not simply trying to steal something and leave.
Okay. So just let me get this straight. You are still trying to find my brothers, though, right?
Absolutely. We are just not state sanctioned.
Kind of looks around the group, and his eyes fall on Ruth, as after going past Cornelius with, I'm imagining, just a lot of very dangerous looking equipment, and Dowie, who Dowie, what's the expression that is on your face?
He looks like he's bored out of his mind with all this talking. And actually, I think he is bored out of his mind with all this talking during this conversation. Can I pick this guy's pocket?
You certainly can. I'm gonna go to Ruth first, and then we'll come back to pick your pocket right after that. Or not pick your pocket, but we'll come back to that right after that. So yeah, after kind of letting his gaze pass by the others, I think his gaze is gonna fall by you, Ruth, who seems to be relatively well put together and professional looking.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Explain to me again what all of this equipment exactly is about.
We may not be sanctioned investigators of the state, but we prioritize the truth among anything else. I'm sure you've heard of things in the paper of other people going missing, and the case is running cold. We will never let such a thing happen. So, being that we have such admittedly unique equipment, we plan to find your brothers and do so while the case is still hot. Please do not be intimidated by our fervor for finding the truth. We are very thorough.
I mean, I can't lie, I like the idea of you guys finding my brothers before the case gets cold. As he is thinking about your proposal, we're gonna go over to Dowie now, trying to pick his pocket. Dowie, do you have... Is there something on your playbook for this?
Yes, actually, I have pickpocket. So when you steal something small, make a small roll plus charm. So I got a 7. Here's the thing. On a 10 or more, you get it, and they didn't notice you taking it. On a 7 to 9, either you don't grab it, you grab the wrong thing, or they remember you later. Which it's my choice. Since he wasn't aiming for anything specific, he was just like, let me just read. I think he just kind of fumbles and doesn't actually manage to get into the guy's pocket with the 7. Unless you think something would be funner.
No, I'll accept that. You
like
kind of
Ruth-
hear... Sorry?
I feel like Ruth kind of clocks that, and she's like, and we have everything we require to start immediately. Nothing more. She just kind of looks over. So, could you let us know and point us in the direction of where your brothers were last seen? It was in this mansion, correct?
Yeah. Last we heard of either of them, they were going down to get some wine from the basement. It's right through there, and he points
Okay.
across the study, across the entryway into the mansion, to a large stone door that has been constructed there. Because
Quite ominous. Beautiful infrastructure. My apologies.
the mansion was built by Mr. Hawthorne. He had more money at the steel plant than he knew what to do with, so.
I could see, yes. Very extravagant. And at this point, do I know that Dare's character, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it, that they shared with us the divination of the mine?
Yeah, I believe, Josephine, you told the group that earlier, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Surely, turning back to the brother, you wouldn't mind us investigating the last known area where your brothers were. Obviously, that's where we should start.
Certainly, by all means. Let me just grab the key real quick.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And as he gets up to go grab the basement key, is there anything that any of you would like to do before heading down into the basement?
If no one else, like outside our group, is in the room, I'm going to just like hit Joey on the arm. Joey, that was close.
You know, I get this. Listen, it was fine. I didn't even take anything. It's fine.
Oh, good. So happy. How about you go down first if you're so bored?
Fine. He'll take out his big. He has like a big fuck off knife. It's like it's like just barely. You know what? It's like a machete. Honestly, it's like a machete sized knife that he just pulls from like, rolls up his pants, unhooks it from there. All right. Me first, then. Okay, let's do this. And we'll walk. Is the door locked?
Yeah, he was grabbing the key real quick. I just didn't know. He'll be back in a second. I just didn't know if anyone wanted to like check out anything on like in the mansion before heading down. I wanted to give you that opportunity.
That's
Could I
probably
look?
useful.
Yeah, could I look at the photographs, pictures, and images on the wall to see if there's any hint at the mine that could be under there, like a newspaper clipping or something?
Yeah, go ahead to roll to investigate a mystery. As I.
Oh my god, that was total success. That's a 6 and 6, 12. Ah!
Amazing. Yeah, that's
Plus
two
my first roll.
questions.
Okay. Let's see. Investigate a mystery. These questions. Not just the listed ones. Okay. What is being concealed here? One of the questions. In this room, these questions don't really make sense. Can you just answer that one, and I'll try and come up with a second one?
Yeah, definitely. So as you're looking through the study, you see there's a few photographs of the family, but eye falls to photographs of the property. as you can kind of see the property and it being built. The current mansion that currently stands here. There's a small plaque underneath of it that reads that the mansion was reconstructed after the explosion and rededicated to Charles and Mary Hawthorne. As you kind of are like looking into this and realizing that like the entire mansion has been tried to be preserved in a lot of ways, you kind of look over and see that a lot of the books on this shelf don't seem to be modern books. They seem to be from almost 100 years or more. And as you pull a couple of books off of the shelf, you flip through them and notice that they're not even written in languages that you recognize or scripts that you recognize. They're written in some kind of language that is much older than anything you're familiar with.
Josephine? Would you be able to identify this with your divination third eye? Just kind of sharing this.
Can you say what it is for me one more time?
It is a book that has a language that we don't recognize.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Mostly because magic says I can do things that are beyond like human limitation, or communicate with something that you do not share a language with. I think I could justify that as reading a book.
Absolutely.
And because I am God's favorite princess, that is a 14. Double sixes and +2.
Amazing. Yeah, Josephine, as you flip through this book, you recognize this script as belonging to a very ancient magical practice. It's difficult for you to make out because the dialect is so old, but you, as you're reading through it, discover that it seems like Charles Hawthorne chose this location on purpose to build his mansion, and he chose it for something related to a very old magic that he thinks is in the mines.
Okay. Yeah, I
Do
think
you get
like
anything?
I think in the same way that she was like pushed back into her own body when she was observing the past. She like sort of yeah. So it seems like we may be above a bit of a font of magic, or at least that was the intention when building this manor. So there seems to be potentially a touch of the supernatural we might experience down there.
Oh, really?
Have I ever led you astray on this sort of thing before, or do you just keep assuming I get lucky when it comes to these sorts of things?
I do not believe your cards, but I also don't know this language, so maybe it's just a lucky guess. And she goes over to the group to explain what me and Josephine talked about.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna take out are stethoscopes invented yet? You know, like those doctor things you like put in your ears and you can like.
If they weren't, I'll say you could have like a very early kind of prototype one that you've concocted.
One of those like ear horn things, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And where Josephine was talking about, I'm gonna put it onto the floor and see if I can hear anything.
You hear beneath you, underneath like the basement here, you hear the roaring of a furnace from down in the basement, as well as footsteps that are approaching, getting louder and louder until you hear, "All right, I've got the key. Are you all ready to go?"
Yeah, come on, let's do this. Open the door. And
Um,
mind you, Dowie has that big fuck off knife in his hand.
Oh gosh. Okay. I'm gonna pack
Ah.
up the horn then.
What my compatriot is saying is yes, we'd love the opportunity to explore.
Sorry, I got a House Fights Back donation from Cats of Chaos. Thank you very much, Cats of Chaos. I'm gonna
Really?
stick that in my back pocket. Yeah,
Okay.
right this way, Tony says as he leads you over to the basement door, unlocks it, and kind of, with a little bit of effort, pulls it open. And kind of gestures downwards for you.
Thank you very much.
Can you get to the main manor through here? Or at all? Do we gotta worry about that?
I'm sorry, this is the main mansion.
No, I mean, so the basement. Can you get into the...
Can you get in? I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question above table.
Oh, no, so, okay, sorry. Maybe I'm mistaken. We're going to the basement right now, correct?
Wine, the cellar, yeah. Right?
The wine cellar, okay. And is this thing connected to the main, like, manor house?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I think Dowie just wasn't paying attention and is just asking a ridiculous question. Then. Never mind, and just kind of walks down the stairs.
Thank you again, sir. And I follow.
I follow too. But I'm also like pulling out my gigantic absurd flashlight just in case. Were flashlights invented? Chat, were flashlights invented?
A lantern!
A lantern, yes. There we go.
The modern flashlight was invented in 1899.
Hey, so you do have one.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's new. The latest tech.
Did Ruth invent that one too?
Mine
So,
purely absurd.
as you all head down into the basement, descending the steps, the door shuts behind you. As you reach the basement, the bottom of the basement, you see to your left the furnace that Cornelius heard roaring with fire. You see there is a small room that is forward in one corner, seems to be packed full of different like boxes and crates and different things that the family kind of put down here for storage. And then off to the right, you see a door that leads to their wine cellar that would have been down here.
May I take a look at the wine, see if there's any good ones? How long has it been aged?
Yeah, you certainly open up the wine cellar. There's a good selection of different wines here. However, as you kind of glance around, you'll notice most of them are fairly like whatever common brand or like fairly easily attainable wine for the day would have been. It seems like the family, they're good brands, but they're affordable ones.
Interesting. I do a little finger. Interesting. I'm just gonna swipe a bottle.
Oh my
For
god.
research.
Research, right.
These
Mhm.
brothers.
Listen. This could be haunted. This wine could be spooky wine.
Corny.
Sell
Just,
it that way.
just say you want the wine,
I-
brother.
I do. I would like a drink, but you know, you could use another things like whatever's in the door over there. But that's for another time. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna continue walking.
I'd like to use I'd like to use my other investigation question from my total success last time to ask the question, where did Marco go? Because I'm guessing that's the brother we're looking for. So,
Yeah.
is there any are there any rugs that look like they're scuffed and shifted that could give us a direction?
Yeah, so you see off to the one corner where there's the room stacked full of crates and boxes and stuff, you see it looks like a few of them have been like pushed aside and moved around. There's a white sheet that is kind of laying haphazardly on the ground to the side.
Interesting. I think I know where we should start. And I head on over. Do I see anything?
Yeah, it looks like in the back corner of this room, there is a large crack in the foundation that opens up into a space beyond.
Huh, okay. I want to kick it.
Okay.
Kick it open. I don't know.
As Ruth, as you are doing this, I will ask, are the others, are you going over to Ruth or are you checking something else out in the basement?
Okay. I would like. I see what Ruth is doing with the giant crack, and I'm going to take out one of the suitcases and set up a little like tripod, like a gigantic like old timey camera, and I'm waiting for her to kick it. So like the flash bulb goes off.
Wow.
Capture the moment.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, okay, amazing. I'm going to use this opportunity to cash in my House Fights Back donation.
The house is like pictures. What's happening?
It's gonna hurt
And-
me.
Cornelius, as you see Ruth go to kick
Spartan kick.
down this crack, suddenly the ground beneath her opens up, and you see her disappear down into a hole that forms. And your picture goes off just like catching that glimpse of movement.
It's literally a
as she
blur.
slept. Yeah.
I-
As we are separated, Ruth has become separated from the group.
Okay, I'm behind the little curtain. And I'm like, Ruth? I'm like behind the curtain. Ruth? I disassemble, take the steel plate. Dowie?
Dowie was in the corner
Dowie?
looking at the wine and lighting a cigarette. Huh? What?
Dowie?
Where'd Ruth go?
Okay. Okay, oh my god. You're gonna like take this, I think it like imprints on like a steel plate. And I'm gonna like shaking show Dowie.
Is the hole still there?
I think the house ate.
Yeah, as you go over to glance down, you see just a long chute that leads down into the darkness of the earth.
A chute? Like a man-made chute?
Ruth, can you hear me?
Far away. Don't kick the wall.
Now we kick the wall. See what
No.
happens again. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna disassemble the camera. Okay. I'm gonna knock on the door, see what happens.
Knock on. I'm sorry. What door?
Knock on the door to see if it happens again.
Oh, the crack.
Yeah, at the crack. And just knock on it again. See what happens. See if it opens up more.
Uh, go ahead and roll plus tough for me.
Can I
Oh.
help out?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I'm asking through this action, was it Ruth's kick that caused this, or was it just like a oopsie daisy coincidence? Yeah.
Hmm. Gotcha. Well, we will certainly find out after you try.
Oh god.
There's
Um,
always an explanation.
I got a 9 on my. Wait.
I got a 9 too. That was weird.
Oh, I got a 9 on my help out, which means you get a +1. But I also expose myself to trouble or danger in helping out. So.
Oh,
Okay.
god. Okay. So I guess an N. Oh no. All right. Okay.
Okay. So,
Dowie falls in instead.
uh, as Dowie goes to help make sure Cornelius doesn't fall into this hole as he kicks in the crack. Dowie, unfortunately, you do slip in as Cornelius backs up during his kick, and you can't maintain your balance and tumble back into this hole as well. Cornelius, oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking hell.
Oh dear. What have I done? Okay.
Cornelius, as you've gotten a success, you kick down at the crack, and it opens up more, and you see it opens into another tunnel beyond. But as you kind of put your flashlight down there, you don't see Dowie or Ruth in this tunnel.
Oh god. Do we split up or not?
I mean, we're already split up.
That doesn't mean it has to continue. Okay. Okay. Would it make sense for me to have a rope of some kind, or no?
Would you say Cornelius is the type of person that normally carries a rope with him?
Is it ghost hunting? Maybe. I would say so.
I'd say you're decently well equipped. That I'd say it's reasonable that you'd have a rope.
Okay. I'm just gonna tie the end to something heavy, and I'm gonna push it down the hole. Actually, I take a flashlight on one end of the rope and throw it down on the hole that my brother and Ruth are in, to see if they need it, or see if they'll pull back up. See if they need it.
Then as the flashlight starts to descend down into this hole, we will cut to Ruth as you went to kick at this crack, and the floor opens up beneath you and swallows you. As you land, you find yourself in looks like a cross section of different tunnel spaces. Sorry, that word did not want to come out. As different tunnels connect to each other in shooting off of this central room in various ways, you're just able to kind of stand up and get your bearings and start to look around when you hear "fucking hell" from above, and Dowie lands in the same spot that you were in a moment later.
Oh, bloody hell! Get off me, Dowie!
Thanks for cushioning the fall, rolling
Oh.
it away.
Oh. So you fell too?
And is kind of shouting, Cornelius bumped into me.
We hear Cornelius through the tunnel. Well, it seems we've found the mines, but we don't have a map or an idea of where we are. Are you going to join us? Shouting back up to the tunnel, but Um, let's see. Looking at the actions.
I'd say around this point in time, you do see the flashlight lower down the tunnel.
Okay. I'll take it off, give like 2 tugs, and then like let it pull back up. I'll turn on the flashlight and just kind of like look around. Would this be investigate or read a bad situation? I think it's read a bad situation.
Yeah, go ahead and read a bad situation.
Okay. I don't know where we are. I don't know how we'll get out. But that is a 10.
Okay. So you can ask up to 3 questions.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed yet?
Yes, as you turn your flashlight on and begin to look around, you see down each of the tunnels, each one of them curves off or eventually disappears into darkness at one point or another. But you look, and in the center of one of the 8 tunnels that connect to this room, you see there's a large rock that has been placed there, and there's writing on the rock that says very clearly, "Turn back."
Dowie, do you see that?
Do I see that?
A boulder.
Do I also see it?
You do. Yep. A rock, probably basketball sized, maybe a little larger.
Oh.
Okay, cool. He picks up the big fuck off knife that dropped down with him that thankfully didn't stab anybody. Um and is okay. Well, we don't really have anywhere else to go, so I guess we're going forward.
But
I think
not down the center tunnel.
What?
If that one says turn back, then just don't go down the first tunnel, the middle tunnel. There's still 2 others.
Okay, but what if? Okay, is the turn back position in such a way that it's very clearly only talking about one tunnel, or could you feasibly read it as turn back, don't go through these tunnels?
It seems to be pretty clearly at the entrance to one of these tunnels.
Okay, he's gonna put away his knife and he's gonna pull out his revolver instead. Um. Okay, but what if there's something down that tunnel we do need to see?
Like what?
I don't know. What if the
If Marco was down here and he said turn back, maybe he saw something he didn't like a skeleton of this old mine, and was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to put myself a marker here. Don't go down this tunnel, I'll go down the others.
Yeah, well, first, just for the audience, it is a big fuck off revolver as well. Thank you for asking. Second, okay, but what if they went down the tunnel and something happened to them? Okay, let's go down the other 2 tunnels and then double back if we have to. All right. Together, we shouldn't split up more than we already are.
I agree with you on that. I'm gonna shout up the tunnel. There are 2 pathways down here. We're gonna try them. Try to find us.
And as you, Cornelius and Dowie, head down the first tunnel, we will head up. No, Dowie and Ruth, excuse me. We will head to Cornelius and Josephine up still in the basement as you hear Ruth call from below. I'm gonna say behind the two of you as you're kind of looking over this hole listening to Ruth, behind you you hear a mechanical click and followed by chimes that sound dun dun doo, doo. As you look, you see clearly the shape of what appears to be a grandfather clock that is had the sheet kind of half pulled down, and on the clock face you can see the time is set, appears to be stuck to 11:56.
And this is happening on their end, right?
This is happening on your end.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start pacing back and forth. Okay, Detective Flashlight. They don't need... Cornelius is very worried about his brother, but he also wants to prove himself to his brother that he can, like, punch like the rest of them, okay? So he's gonna look at Josephine and link arm in arm. And okay. Act like he's about to scuba dive into the second tunnel.
Well, before we jump in, 1 second. And I think she takes a moment to read a bad situation, just to see if there's any threats we have not noticed in this room. Also, is there anything I would roll for me to have noticed, or Josephine to have noticed, that 11:56 maps to 13, or is that just at least that's how my brain is noticing that. So let me see. Read a bad situation sharp, so that's 7. Barely made it.
Okay. Would you like to know about the danger, or would you like to know about the time?
I feel like the time is the thing that's actually going to grab Josephine's brain more. So yeah, I'd like to know about the time.
Okay. What catches your attention, the 13 does for a moment, but there is another time that is also important, that is maybe a little more direct. It seems like this is a countdown to midnight. And when midnight strikes, something will occur.
Okay. So I think upon just giving that the once over, if I had to make a assumption based on what I'm seeing here, we don't want that to hit 12. Seems like it would be a issue.
Oh God. Wait, what time is it now? And I look at my old-timey watch. What time is it now? Is it 11:56?
No, you would have gotten there probably afternoon time, still during the daytime.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, let's not invite bad luck, shall we?
Oh, there's
Too
no
late.
such thing. I jump in.
I follow.
Amazing. And as both of our groups, as our Society of Velvet Jacks have found themselves split up and both delving down strange tunnels that they have found beneath the basement of Hawthorne Manor, we are going to cut to our first break. But don't go anywhere, because it's just the beginning, audience. We have so much more to delve into, pun intended. Thank you very much. Take us out on that. Welcome back, everyone, to the House the Devil Built, Episode 3, Dead End, where both of our group of Velvet Jacks has found themselves separated and in tunnels beneath the mysterious Hawthorne Manor. We pick our story back up with Ruth and Dawi as the two of you head down one of the tunnels in this room. You pass by a set of these wooden support beams for the mine that used to be here. As the tunnel continues to wind and turn and you continue on your way, there's not much that you can track your progress by other than the periodic appearance of one of these support beams. Is there anything you would like to do as you continue down this tunnel?
Can I do read a bad situation? Like, yeah, can like the fact that this has happened, we fall down here feels like, oof, this could go poorly. Yeah, can I do read a bad situation?
Sure, yeah, roll plus sharp.
All right, plus sharp. I got a +2 in sharp.
Let's go.
Ooh, that's an 11.
Okay, you get up to 3 of the questions from that list.
Okay. Okay, so first thing, what's the best? Okay, I know it says what's the best way to protect the victims, but I guess my question is, what's the best way to protect us in this situation right now? He's got the gun out, the knife's in the other hand, but like what are his senses telling him? What's going on here? What else can he do?
Honestly, the best way to protect yourselves, other than what you're doing right now, is to find a way out of the mines.
Okay. Second question, is there anything down here that that as we're kind of walking that we missed? Like that's kind of lurking about, or something we didn't hear but should have, that kind of thing.
As you are walking down this mine shaft, not particularly. There's a smell of old, still air that has sat for a very long time. You can see cobwebs on the clinging to the support beams that are in various states of decay and deterioration. It looks like there's a path ahead that narrows slightly, but not to a point where you have to squeeze through, but just to a point where you and Ruth would have to go single file as you passed.
Okay. And I'm gonna hold on to my last question. But
Okay.
yeah, Dowie will turn to Ruth. All right, we really just gotta focus getting out of here. I don't think there's anything stalking us right now. So let's just keep going. You have a weapon. You have a weapon, right?
Of course I do.
Pull it out in
and-
case we need it.
Okay, I'll do just that. Let's see. Yeah, she pulls out I like to think of like Ruth being like really like put together with her collar shirt. Definitely the kind of femme person that was wearing pantsuits before it was even even acknowledged. So she has like holsters to her side, and she like pulls out a gun as well. Ready when you are. You go first, or else you'll get bored.
It's kind of like he has his back to you and keeps walking, but you can just feel him rolling his eyes at you. And keeps going forward. Okay, I have a quick question. Did the other two jump down the chute with us?
They did not know. So
Okay,
Cornelius
okay.
broke into another shaft of the tunnel.
That's right. Okay, cool. Dope. It's just us. All right, thank you.
No worries. And as you go first past this little narrowing point, as you kind of get to the end of it, you see it opens back up into a larger space. And as you're joined by Ruth, you walk into what appears to be another joining of tunnels. You walk up and there appears to be a tunnel to your left, a tunnel to your right, and a tunnel straight ahead. And sitting at the entrance to the tunnel straight ahead is a large, about basketball-sized shaped rock with the words "Turn Back" burned into it. And
Shoot.
at that, we are going to cut back to our group up top. Or not up top, on the other tunnel. Cornelius and Josephine, as you two are walking along this tunnel shaft, I have a question for Josephine. What
Terrifying.
happened?
Continue.
What happened in Mexico?
I assume you're referring to the incident, yes. So I was trying to, I think, make a demonstration with a couple of pieces of flash paper, and the issue may have went from flash paper to a bit of a fire, a little light arson on accident. It's fine. You know, the average magical uh-oh.
And where were you when this happened?
I think it was a public like display of magic. I think
Gotcha.
genuinely it was a like, oh, come one, come all, look at this, the amazing jumping Josephine Juniper. And I think it's one of those things where it was meant to just be a simple just like trick. And I accidentally tapped into my real well of magic and made a small but significant fireball. So it looked real because it was. Oops.
Interesting. As the two of you are walking down this tunnel, you come to a fork that leads to the left or to the right. What would you like to do?
Oh. I take out my pack and I'm going to pull out a divining rod. One of those like it's a totally bogus ghost hunting thing. That's just like a stick of metal with two ends on it. And I'm trying to sense if it's pulling me in one direction. Daisy, you can pick whatever you want because it's bogus. It's not gonna work.
Then, unfortunately, at this point in time, Cornelius, you don't feel your dowsing rod pulling you in either direction.
I'm gonna look at Josephine. It's worse than I thought. And I'm going to let's see. Maybe I pull out a tuning fork to see which side is the echoiest. Ding dong.
As you listen and hold the tuning fork up to both sides to hear if there's any echo that comes back, you hold it up to the right side and you do hear there's an echo, normal echo that you would imagine to hear. Then you hold it up to the left side and you listen to the echo for a moment, and then very faint from very far away you hear a slight
God, okay. Okay. Josephine, did you hear that too?
Yes, it seems like we have our direction.
Hey, I'm gonna look at the tuning fork. Angry that it got me into the unsafe direction, and I put it back in my pocket, and I continue into the groaning direction.
As the two of you carry on, you go down a dip for a good ways. And as you get deeper and deeper, Cornelius, ahead of you, your flashlight starts to flicker on and off for a moment until it goes off and you hit it a few times to get it to come back. And when you turn your flashlight back down,
How
you
do you sleep at
illuminate
night?
a
Just from
gaunt
Mattress Firm. Yeah, no
figure
price of
that is
guarantee.
lying
So I sleep.
against the cave wall
Get matched at
further
Mattress
up
Firm?
ahead.
Sleep at night.
Their clothes are covered in dirt and mud, and they seem to hang off of them. You can tell by their face they've lost a little weight. You can see that there are some sores that are starting to open around their body as they're just sort of huddled down next to the wall.
Dear God, Josephine, do you see that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna take my
They look like they might need help.
I'm gonna take the divining rod and just poke the guy with it.
As you do so, he lets out another pained as you see he opens his eyes and sees you there and goes, please help.
Oh, okay. What is your name, good sir?
Marco Sluga.
Polo. Okay. I'm sorry. Marco Sluga. Okay. I write that down in my pocket notebook. What? Oh, go ahead,
That's who
Josephine.
we're looking for. And I go to use magic to try to heal one harm. So let's hope I don't mess that up. Ooh, that's bad. I'm going to use a luck point.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an auto success of 12 now.
Okay, excellent. And you're using that to heal one of his harm?
Yes.
Okay.
I had rolled like a 5, so I was.
Ooh. Then yeah, you see some of the actually let me ask, what does it look like as you use magic here?
So I think the thing you tend to see is she has white showman's gloves on and like 2 little rings that she like clicks together almost so they start making a little clicking and like slight resonance in the air. She puts almost like a bit of a flourish. She puts a hand or 3 fingers on his chest, and she makes a soft utterance of "You're going to be okay." And then you just see like a soft glow, like right on the points she is touching, and just a little bit of life returns to him.
As you see, he starts to move a little more as some of the wounds across his body heal up. As he can make his way back to his feet now. He's still like holding an arm around his ribs as he looks at you and says, "Thank you. But who sent you?"
Oh, the person in charge of this manor. What was their name, Josephine?
Josephine will remember. Darren, this moment, has forgotten.
His name was Tony.
Yes.
Tony. Okay.
A good man, Tony.
It's my brother. But we have to keep going.
Excuse me. Sorry.
My brother is still lost somewhere out there.
Oh, that's not our problem.
It's going to be
Look,
our problem.
wait, what? I don't
We're not
know.
going to.
Our mission was to just get this guy, correct?
I think there is a look of absolute disappointment and shock of like, how dare you? Uh, we are not. We are not stopping at simply saving one person, and we haven't found the rest of our compatriots either.
Yes, we will find them on the way out. We turn around, we can go down the tunnel and let them know that we found Mr. Marco here. Come on. Make this an easy mission. Josephine.
I think start ignoring Cornelius politely, and I ask Marco, "Do you know a way out of here that you could get to safety without us? We have to continue our investigation."
I'm not leaving here until I find my brother.
Okay, then you'll stick with us. If there's anything you know about how to navigate through here, we would greatly appreciate it. A couple of our friends happen to fall deeper in, kind of at random.
I think I found a way deeper in up ahead. It's where I found what I think is a piece of my brother's shirt. I can show you where I found it.
A shirtless man. Okay, Josephine, would you like to have a little sidebar, please?
Uh, I think she looks at Marco and says, "We'll be right there, but yes, just wait for us." And she pulls away to a sidebar. I know what you're going to say.
That
But
you are
go
out
ahead.
of your mind? I would just much like to get paid and move on. Let's go.
I'm not going to. Do you see the conditions he's in?
I
If
look
we leave
back.
him, he's not going to get out of here in one piece. I also love, like, not a single question about what I did to make this person feel better. I love Cornelius.
Though Cornelius doesn't, he's like, a nice trick. That can't be real. Anyway, nice parlor trick, Josephine.
Just a little placebo.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't think he can make it without us. And also, he seems to know a way where we can find everyone else. It seems like even if you didn't want to, it's in our best interest to continue to help him.
How do you
this is
sleep
how
at
you
night?
pay.
Matches from Mattress Firm. We have a low price. You
I
I
get
feel like we'll
gonna-
get paid more if we do this, but okay.
I'm just gonna turn around and have a complete bullshit smile with my go. Let's go through the curve.
All right. This way, he says as he begins limping forward. We will cut back to Ruth and Dowie in the other tunnels as you have come up across a seemingly identical rock that says turn back. What would you like to do here?
Well, this could mean that I was correct, that we should not have gone down the center tunnel, and now we've hit this dead end. So that means if we turn back now, the third tunnel is the way to go.
Or it could mean we have to go down the center tunnel.
How did you get that? What?
Okay.
What?
Or,
What?
okay. You know what? You know what? Let's go back down the third tunnel. How about we make a bet of it? All right. If the third tunnel is not also, if the third tunnel is a dead end, I want $50.
And if it is not,
I don't know. What do you want?
I want your blade.
My big fuck off blade?
Yes,
Why do you want my blade?
because it looked pretty on my hands. Is it a deal?
It's a deal.
I'll shake your hand. Let's go. I'll lead the way this time. Try not to get bored.
So the camera, Ruth and Dowie head down this third tunnel as our camera stays in this central chamber. We hear their conversation fade out into the distance as the light from their flashlights grows dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. And after a moment, we see a light grow again from one of the other tunnels, growing lighter and lighter and lighter as we hear the voices return to us. We hear Ruth say again, "After you," and we see Dowie and Ruth re-enter the chamber with the rock that says, "Turn back ahead of you again."
Is this the same cavern?
I think that means I won.
No, this is the same cavern, not the third tunnel. We tried going back. We did not go back to the three area, the area that we fell down. We didn't get back there. That's what the deal was. The third tunnel. If that had a rock, then I would give you $50. We did not make it there. Somehow, we went in a loop. Oh my god, we went in a loop. Oh my god. No, everything can be explained in some way.
I would like to cash in my third and final question.
Sure.
What's my best way to get out of here, out of this loop? Now that we're in it, what is happening? Help me out here.
Dowie, you get a sinking suspicion in your stomach that your best way out is indeed past that rock.
Mm. Okay, new bet. I bet our best way out is actually going past this rock.
That's not really a new bet.
I could be wrong.
I concur. No, we went down one tunnel, and I don't want to waste our time here going through all the different tunnels. So, fine, we'll go down this tunnel. Our bet is temporarily paused.
Fine.
You should take it. The deal obviously was in my favor.
Oh, in your favor, huh?
Yes, quite. Fine. If you want to go past the rock, then you lead.
Fine. Big fuck off gun, big fuck off knife, which I think he'll actually hand to Ruth, just so you have some experience holding it since you're not getting it from me. Otherwise.
Thank you. Doesn't it compliment my eyes?
I think it does. And we'll start gun out, start walking down the past the turn back rock.
Stop.
As you head past this rock, Dowie, what is your lowest skill?
Magic. It's a -1.
Okay, go ahead and roll that for me,
Oh,
please.
sorry, weird. Ooh, wait. What does a bless do?
That will raise your roll by 1 or more, depending on how many you would like to use.
Okay.
We have 5 in the pool right now.
Actually, I'm actually fine. That's a 9 -1, so that's an 8.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to mark off 1 point. And as you go past the rock, Dowie, making your way down this tunnel with Ruth behind you, seeing these familiar support beams that you've been passing time and time again, trying to note the minute differences in how they have decayed over time is the only way of knowing where you are in these tunnels. You begin to hear a voice that reaches out and whispers into your ear.
I didn't hear it.
We can give you your soul.
Ruth, did you hear that?
I don't think she does, right? She doesn't hear that? Okay.
Ruth did not hear that, no.
Hear what? Your loud footsteps.
I think he's actually, sorry, 1 point of clarification. What am I marking a point on?
Call it bad stuff.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. He's like okay, I think he's going to try and investigate a mystery because he knows he heard something. And Ruth, for all of Ruth's I don't know what the word is he used, for all of Ruth's whatever, isn't going to lie to him about hearing something. Okay, the investigate a mystery. 4, 8.
Okay. That means you get 1 question here.
Okay. What sort of creature is it that said this to me?
Ooh.
What does it look like? How are you trying to get this information here, Dowie?
So I think what is happening is, okay, so one, obviously Dowie knows his own situation with his soul, right? And so I think when he previously did his whatever shenaniganry, there was like kind of like a shimmering whatever that he like saw as it was happening, even if no one else saw it or could hear it. So I think he's like wildly looking around like, okay, if this isn't like a literal person here that Ruth can hear, do I see something that reminds me of the previous stuff that he did?
So you don't see any of the exact same shimmering or patterns or anything in the air. However, somewhere deep in your core, you know that this is related. That these entities are in some way, shape, or form connected.
Okay. I think upon realizing that, is going to like, Ruth, I have to tell you something. Okay.
Oh, now you're going to confess? What is it?
I think he almost decides to actually not say anything at that point, but You remember when Cornelius was sick and probably should have died.
Yes, I remember that.
Well, he did technically die. I might have I sold my soul to the devil, I think. I don't know, something. And I saved Corny and, some other things in exchange. And
All yours.
I just heard something that you didn't hear, but it also feels very connected. So
So are you telling me that you could be harvested? You don't have a soul, and this thing is reaching out to you.
I I think I still technically have my soul. It
It's not
just
yours.
yes, and collections. mm,
Interesting. Okay, so Ruth being like the natural skeptic, she's like, so does that mean that you could potentially be a translator for which direction we should not go? Then, if you have this, let's call it intuition. How's that? Does that suffice for our situation right now?
Sure, that can suffice for our situation right now.
So what did it say to you? This intuition.
Dowry repeats it back exactly. I, the human guy VJ, have forgotten the exact wording.
It was Dowie, we can get you your soul back.
Oh shit. Okay. Do you want it back?
You know, I would
Any negative side effects of selling one's soul?
no, well, no, I all positives actually. My brother's alive, and I'm better at certain things now because of it, because it was more than just bringing Cornelius back. But I think once the deadline is up, then I'm kind of a goner. So,
A deadline. I didn't realize that's how the deal works. Okay.
yeah, it's not just wait until I die somehow. It's hey, you gotta set amount of time.
You have 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. TikToker through and through. Okay, so does that mean we should find your soul then? Because
I think whatever's happening here is connected. So maybe we keep going and I somehow get my soul back. And you can't tell Corny this.
that'll cost you.
You can keep the knife.
You made it too easy now. I will set my price later. Let's go retrieve your soul. My lips are sealed for Cornelius' full price, yet to be determined. Deal?
I think he spits, shakes your hand.
Ah, lovely.
He'll take out
Lovely.
a handkerchief and give it to you to wipe.
Thank you. She
As-
puts it in her pocket though, instead of like throwing it to the side.
As your hands meet, from ahead of you, somewhere in the tunnel, you hear ba 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 ring out as chimes striking. And as you hear this, we are going to go back to Cornelius and Josephine, as you follow Marco ahead through the tunnel. He points you to what seems like a small like a hole in this tunnel that slides downwards through a tight space. You can see there's clearly a piece of fabric as well as some blood that is on the edge of the hole where someone must have pushed past. Marco says, all of my family, we get our shirts at the same place, and that, he kind of holds the fabric up next to his. He goes, they're the same shirt. It's got to be my brother went down there.
Right. Ha. I'm gonna slowly get out my pack and I'm gonna put on my gloves and an apron and a mask and my glasses, and then I touch the shirt. I'm gonna like act. Cornelius is very grossed out at the sight of real blood, but he's still trying to remain active, like acting like a professional. Yes, this is blood. Josephine, look, and I just toss it to Josephine.
I mean, she catches it with her left hand. This certainly is blood, yes. Did we hear that chime of the clock, or not yet?
You do hear it, but it sounds very distant to wherever you are.
You just hear Josephine mutter 57.
Well, look at the
as
time. Well, I'm sorry, Marco. We couldn't find your brother. Hope he finds his way out.
Once again, you keep forgetting that we have friends who need help, including your brother.
Yes, and he is the other way. But,
do you
through
think
the tunnel,
that
I
they
guess.
simply... Do you think that they sat still when they fell down there?
Well, my brother did say he was tired. Maybe he took a nap.
I give you a look. I say nothing, simply give a look as I start to squeeze past. Well, you can absolutely stay back here. Marco and I will be advancing, and if you realize that you miss us, then feel free.
Wait, by myself?
I mean, that's one of the two options we have. Either continue or stay here.
Wait. No compromise?
What else can we do in this situation?
We could call for help?
The look returns. We are underground. No one really knows how we're here. We went through an additional tunnel, so no one would even know exactly where we are. This is one of those times where you have to kind of stick to it and push your way out.
Oh, God. We are professionals. Okay, I'm gonna take some, I guess, like some ink from a pen, and maybe like I smear like it on the wall just to mark where we are, to make our way back.
Very smart.
Make it
I
like
think
a
she
little. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say she genuinely compliments you on that.
I'm going to make a little like heart, as a reference to our playing cards, just in case my brother comes this way. And so, yeah, and I continue with Josephine.
Excellent. Josephine, as you squeeze down into this space, it's low and it is flat, and you're forced to get down on your belly and crawl forward on your hands and knees. What is your lowest stat?
I believe it is tough. Let me double check. It is in fact tough.
Could you roll plus tough for me, please?
I suppose I must. You're not going to believe this. That was an 11. With that -1, that was an 11. God's favorite princess strikes again. Haha.
Is that a Shadowheart reference? Get out of here.
Mhm.
11. That's with the -1 already?
Mm-hmm. Double sixes.
I just received an alert that I received 5 additional curse. So I'm going to take this opportunity to use 2 to bump you down to a 9 and give you a partial success. I'm going to ask you to mark down 1 point for me, please. You could call it bad stuff if you want to.
Alright.
And Josephine, as you begin to slide forward into this tunnel, you hear
Josephine? Is that you?
Did we both hear it?
Do I recognize the voice?
you do not hear it, but Josephine, through the ether and through the distortion, the cadence and the pattern is unrecognizable, is undeniable. That was Marigold's voice.
I must be losing my mind. There's no way I can hear Goldie here. I haven't heard her voice in quite some time, but there's no voice quite like it. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. And like you can just hear, I think, Cornelius, you just hear like the muttering of "it's okay," and like just that sort of her pushing herself through it, with no explanation as to why.
I'm gonna look at Josephine and I'm gonna look at Marcus. Okay, haha, professionals at work. Josephine, what is wrong? Are you okay?
Well, sorry. You didn't hear anything at all?
Josephine,
Should I have heard anything?
don't afraid. Keep going.
I think once, like, for a split second, you notice her eyes dart away as if she's hearing something else before she looks back again. Must be a trick of the wind. Caves can sort of prey on her fears. It's okay. Must be. It's been a long day. But I think we should keep going. I think it's important to me that we keep going.
As soon as Josephine says it's been a long day, I check my watch for the real time. It's been like 45 minutes. Oh,
Yeah, it's like 5:30 in the evening.
hey,
Stress adds like a couple hours to the brain.
right. Okay. I'm gonna look through my pack, to see if I can get the horn back out, to see if I can listen to anything, knowing that the whatever is not gonna talk to me.
As you move to do this, you're in the tunnel here as well, Cornelius.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a tight squeeze here. So as you're trying to shift around and get the horn from your pack, you see Marco has crawled into the tunnel behind you, and you notice that a few rocks begin to fall as Marco crawls into the tunnel, and you look around and see more and more as you begin to feel a quaking in the earth around you.
Oh my god! 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 Okay. Okay. Okay.
The tunnel is collapsing behind you too.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna crawl really fast to safety.
Yeah, you crawl really fast and run right back into the feet of Josephine, who is still making her way forward in front of you.
Keep going. Keep going. Team, we gotta hurry.
How is Marco doing?
Marco seems to be doing better. The healing was able to heal the condition that he had on him. So he's able to move and keep up with you well here.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like we had to choose between us or Marco. Cool. Yeah, I'll keep moving. I don't know if I need to roll anything to make sure we're moving fast enough, but I absolutely will roll act under pressure if I need to.
Yes, please.
I
Roll that
absolutely
plus
just
cool.
teach her, do we have more homework to myself? Okay. Oops. I think that's okay. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, so that's an 8.
Okay. Josephine, would you like a worse outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay?
I like the price to pay.
Okay. Okay. Josephine, as you take note of this situation, you know things are going poorly. And you can read that there's no way that you will all make it out in time. So you dive deep into your magical reserves in order to break a few rules.
Big magic.
What is the magic that you would like to break a few rules and be able to do here to get your party through this to safety?
Okay, let me take a look-see. I already knowing I can create a wall of force with my combat magic. Like just as a thing I can normally do. If I'm combining that with I'm gonna say yeah, I'm gonna try to do that and make some big magic out of it, or combine that with some of the effects. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that.
Yeah, amazing. As you put this wall of force above you, breaking these rules, being able to not use any of the conditions that are normally on your magic, buying the time you need for your group to slide down this tunnel. You reach the bottom of it as Cornelius is scampering out behind you. You help Cornelius out as Marco is right on his heels. And just as Marco is pulled out of the tunnel, your magic is no longer enough to hold it. And it falls, and the entire tunnel collapses behind you. As you turn into this new area of the mine that you find yourself, Josephine, you see the figure of a black crow sitting on the ground that disappears in a plume of smoke. You know that according to your playbook, when you used your luck point, the Council of Wizards interferes in your business. What does that Council of Wizards look like for Josephine?
So, in the same way that she is a stage magician, there is a council of a bunch of other magicians of that type who all sort of operate under this masquerade of hey, we can't let people know magic is real. We are a secret society in this way. And I would like to say at least one of them has a palantir, like a crystal ball, that they use to sort of check in on some of the more roguish other wizards. So absolutely Josephine, because of the everything about her, is one who is maybe on the watch list higher priority than most.
So yeah, definitely calling more attention to yourself here with the luck point and the breaking of the magic rules. Josephine, you are going to suffer a -1 forward to your use magic checks until you can find some way to make amends with this magical council.
Cool.
And at that, we are going to hop back over to Ruth and Dowie. Ruth and Dowie, as you continue on this tunnel searching for the source of this noise, you come to an area. It looks familiar at first glance from the single file area from the other tunnels, except it's noticeably a smaller gap, forcing you to squeeze by a little bit on, like, to shimmy through on your sides.
Is it me, or have we gotten ourselves in a little bit of a pinch?
Well, it's not worse than where were we? Savannah? That one time? You remember, right?
Honestly, it's such a blur. If you just named a place, I just agree with you.
Hmm. All right, you or me first.
As we squeeze out of this area, well, I guess it's my turn to lead. So we made it out of that shuffling area, or are we still in it? Because if we are still in it, then Dowie is still in front.
You're like just heading into the tight squeeze.
Okay, I'll lead. Let's see. I have two questions from Read a Bad Situation from before. What is the biggest threat to us right now?
The biggest threat to you right now is losing your way in these mines and not being able to find any kind of way out.
Well, it seems we should start marking our areas. I think before we go into like the really close tunnel, she's going to tear off a piece of like her leg suit and just kind of like set it, I guess, at the mouth of the cave, and then she'll just start shimmying.
I think as she starts shimmying, like after the rip, Dowie will say, "Oh, ripping your clothes off, huh? All right," and comes shimmying in after.
Someone has to do it.
You can rip my clothes off if you need it. I'm happy to be of service here.
I'm gonna say because of that, go ahead and take +1 forward to tracking your way through these tunnels here.
Forward is the right word to use. I see.
So, Ruth, as you push through this tight space, Dolly getting in behind her, you can feel the cold stone walls pressing up against both sides of your body, constricting how much you're able to take a breath in. Pushed this close to these walls, you can feel them start to undulate. pushing softly into you and then out again, almost as if the cave were breathing. As you quickly try to push through, the two of you, past this breathing walls, you stumble into the cavern space ahead of you, almost knocking over a large grandfather clock that is sitting in the cavern. Its time set at 11:57. You can see ahead of you in the cavern, there appears to be a large amount of rubble and debris that's on the ground as you see three figures standing there, two familiar as Cornelius and Josephine, the third unrecognizable to you yet. Unfortunately, what is very recognizable to the two of you in this room, off to the side, standing at the entrance to one of the tunnels, is a basketball-sized rock with the words "Turn Back" burned into it. But you are all together now.
So just for clarification, we came across another boulder that says turn back, but this isn't an area that we recognize?
Generally I would say you would recognize the area.
Okay. Cornelius, Josephine,
Corny.
thank God we found you. And
Cornelius is like on the floor, like the walls crushed, almost crushed me. I'm gonna pick up myself up. We were almost crushed by the walls with a slight eye twitch. How fun!
We got out of there.
Yeah, we have Marco. We have our team. Let's go home. Huh?
We're still missing one of the DeLuca brothers.
One is fine, right?
No.
quick question. Why is there a grandfather clock? And why is it at 11:57? That's not the time, is it?
It's not, but we really want to be out of here by the time it hits midnight. That's the one thing I can tell you.
I have a question for Josephine. Did Cornelius see the magical act or the crow that poofed out of existence?
I think you may have saw the crowd. I think that in terms of the act, it was one of those things that you were focused too much on moving, and it was like, as a wall of force, it was invisible, but simply like almost like a bridge that didn't give until you were past. So it just felt luckier that like we just somehow managed to get out of it.
Josephine, did you see the crow over there?
It's been I've seen a lot of things. I wasn't quite sure if I had or not. I don't know. I've been hearing whispers on the wind. It could be anything. I am gaslighting you on purpose. I want that to be known to the audience.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying things. It's not real. It's fine. It's fine. I think that we should go. We have one brother, right? And we have each other. Who needs anything else, right?
I assume Marco.
Marco, are you fine? Is
Marco. Yeah.
Marco has been staring daggers at Ruth ever since she stepped foot in this. Like, if you're familiar with Twilight, the way that Jasper looks at Bella in the first film, he's just like staring intently at her.
Marco, is it? We've been sent here by your brother to collect you. Do you happen to know where your other brother is?
He doesn't say anything You can see his jaw is like clenched, but he just slightly shakes his head.
Well, I was going to help with your injuries. I have a first aid kit on me, just some gauze, but it'll help. Are you okay with me helping you?
You can see he almost starts to like tremble across his body. His sweat starts to bead down his face as he suddenly turns and retches behind him and is sick.
Oh my god. I think I am gonna still go over and help him, because I don't know what I'm doing. Like, he's retching, so she's gonna be like, "Are you okay?" So I'm guessing coming closer to him. Ah.
Yeah, you put your hand on him. He is burning hot.
Oh my god. So I'm going to take like one of those we're in the 1900s. I'm gonna take an old frozen peas and like put it to the back of his neck to try and cool him down as an
What's it
attempt.
cold?
I don't know.
I would say, as a scientist, like they have those hot packs that like you snap.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I'm like, is it? Oh yeah, we made everything. I forgot. Yeah, we invented everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I was just say, as a scientist, you could have a kind of cold pack like that.
great. Breaks it, shakes it, puts it on his neck. Are you okay? We really need to focus here. Your brother's here somewhere. Can you recall anything?
As soon as the ice touches his neck, you hear him start to like breathe sighs of relief as he starts to hold it and get back up to his feet. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what came over me. But this was as far as I had seen him come down. We just came down from the tunnel there.
Did you put these rocks here?
What rocks?
The ones over there that are scorched, turned back now?
You see, he looks over and goes, "No, but I would say we don't head down that way."
Ruth like looks back at Dowie. Oh, I concur.
I don't think we're gonna have a choice, honestly. And I think at this point, Dowie has kind of gone over to his brother and like kind of, wrapped an arm around the shoulder and like given him a squeeze, like you're all right, and also just kind of patting him down, kind of like you're okay.
As he's patting me down, may I please use my ability connect the dots?
Sure. What does connect the dots do?
At the beginning of each mystery, if you look for the wider patterns that current events might be a part of, plus sharp, on a 10 plus hold 3, on a 7 through 9 hold, I spend your hold during the mystery to ask the keeper any one of the following questions. Is this person connected to the current events more than they are saying? When and where will the next critical event occur? What does the monster want from this person? Is this connected to the previous mysteries we have investigated? Or how does this mystery connect to a bigger picture?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll plus sharp then.
Okay, that is a +2. That is a 7. That is a 9 total.
Okay, so how many questions is that according to the ability?
Oh, one question.
One. Okay, go ahead and ask one question from that list then.
Is this person connected to the current events more than they are saying? Marco, specifically.
Sure. Cornelius, as you look at Marco, you can't help but feel that they are, but perhaps more in the way that a victim might be.
Okay. So he's not the evil monster trying to kill us. Okay. Okay. Does that question include why they are like this? And why they might be like staring at Ruth, or no? Is that too much?
Um, I would say I would allow you to investigate a mystery to try to follow
Okay.
up on that one.
Investigate a mystery. That is plus sharp, right?
Yes.
+2. That is an 11 plus 2. So a 13.
Okay. Then that is hold 2 from that list.
From that move list? Okay.
From the investigate a mystery list.
Okay. What is being concealed here between Ruth and Marco? That's my first question.
Cornelius, you know that Ruth has something in her possession. A specific thing that the two of you had previously not fought over, but had sought to get from the same company.
Okay. My second question. I guess what can it hurt? I guess like, is this man being hurt by this object, or is he going to hurt someone for this object, I guess? I don't know if that's too much, Daisy.
No, so the man is clearly being hurt by something. And you. So I will say, being a flake and being a skeptic, you're pretty well read on some of the most recent sciences. So you'd be familiar of the pretty contemporary work, and Ruth, you as well, of Marie Curie, who has recently published some papers about how certain materials and minerals can emit energetic particles that the scientific community is starting to call radiation.
Oh, we all have cancer. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, okay, I'm gonna connect all of these dots, and I'm going to calmly, like as my brother is patting me down, like, stop his arms quietly, like very suspiciously, but trying not to be suspicious. Get out my case, put on my gloves, an apron, my protective gear. Calmly walk over to Ruth. Ruth. Would you be a dear? Do you remember that time we got into that scuffle?
Yes, I thought that was laid to rest. Why?
Ah, okay. May I see this metal?
My eyes flash over to Dowie, wondering if he told, like, his brother. Ah, yes. And from like the back satchel pocket, like one that lays like really flat against the base of like the spine, one that's like, it looks like the back part of a like a coat, you know, but she has like a pocket there. How did you know this was in my possession? And she brings out this like flat, thin piece of mithril plate, and it has like a little like glow to it. I heard the organization had sold it, but not to me.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. I'm going to take the thing and I'm going to put it in the most protective case possible with like lots of stuff on top and close it really quickly. That may or may not be deadly. May or may not be. The science isn't all there. What if we just
Cornelius,
leave it here?
sorry to interrupt, but what's your lowest stat?
Oh my
Oh
god.
no. Well, I'm radioactive, guys. Either I'm gonna get powers or I'm gonna lose my hair. Okay, my lowest stat is tough.
Okay, could you please roll tough for me?
Oh god. Is the rock gonna fight back? Okay. That's a 9. That's a 10 minus 1. Yes, a 9.
A 9. Cornelius, please mark down 1 on bad stuff.
Oh, no.
Unless you would like to use the instant success that you still have from the chat.
No, well, okay, so that's harm, right? Or is the harm?
No, so that's a separate count of,
Okay.
of something that's not on your playbook. Something that I'm asking you to mark down separately.
Okay, I have
So
one
how
harm.
many blesses to relinquish one of those bad stuff?
That would be what did you rolled a 9, so you'd only need 2 of your current blesses.
Okay.
Which thanks to Valerie is up to 9.
Thank you, Valerie.
Okay. So I think I'm saving that success for a rainy day because I feel like we're gonna need it later. And so I'm gonna take that 1 harm, unfortunately, and I'm going to explain Ruth the science of Madame Curie, and that we could all die from this.
But Marie Curie's research was it's just a single publish. I was planning to do a rebuttal on it. There's still more that we can investigate on it.
Were you Ruth?
What if you're wrong, though? Isn't it easier just to be safe?
Well, I didn't think it was going to necessarily have an effect here.
Oh my god.
Mm.
This is a Justin idea. Is there a way to investigate whether or not the entire tunnel is made of this rock?
Sure. Go ahead and read a bad situation for me.
It's a mine.
Can I help out?
You sure can.
No. Oh god. Okay, read a bad situation. That is
That's plus cool.
plus cool. What is my cool? Okay,
I'm sorry,
plus
that's
1.
plus sharp. Is to read a bad situation.
Oh, plus sharp. Thank
You get a
It's
plus 1 from me.
So it's plus 3 total. Okay.
Is that
Okay.
full success, Dowie?
That is a.
It was a 10. Yes.
Okay, sweet.
I got an 11.
11. Okay. So yeah, you get up to 3 questions from the read a bad situation list.
Oh god. Would you like to ask a question too, Dowie?
No, I think the way that Dowie helps you is by letting you have someone that you can like literally say your stuff to, and doesn't actually like contribute because it's not his expertise. It's just like unless you say something that is like, can you explain that further? Like just
Okay.
helps is like your sounding board. So no, he doesn't have any questions.
I guess my first question is, are there any dangers we haven't noticed? And that referring to the tunnel is made of the rock?
Yes, but the tunnel isn't completely made of this rock.
Okay. But I could ascertain that there's more of this rock in this tunnel?
There is more dangers that you have not noticed.
Okay. May I ask, what's the biggest threat?
The biggest threat to you right now, as the four of you are kind of huddled around looking at this case that you've put it in, is you hear Marco behind you call out in pain.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
And I'm gonna ask you to hold your last question. You can ask me right after this, but as you all turn, you see Marco is clutching his body. As he turns, and you see he begins to swell and grow, as it almost looks like his muscles begin to bulge out of his skin. You see bony claws begin to grow from his hands as extra appendages and tumors begin to sprout across his body as he lets out an otherworldly roar. We are going to go to our second break of the evening, but don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with the finale of episode 3 of The House the Devil Built right after this little break. I was gonna say these messages, but we are not sponsored and don't have messages. Welcome back, everyone, to the exciting conclusion of episode 3, Dead End. Where we last left off, our poor Marco DeLuca mutated in front of your eyes, growing in size, growing claws, extra appendages deep in these mines that you were discovering. As we cut back into the action now, and you hear Marco roar out towards you, the sound is cut off by, to your left now, the sound of a grandfather clock striking bong, 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 bong 3 times. As you glance, the time is clocked down 1 minute to 11:58. Marco appears ready to charge at your group. What would you like to do?
I would like to kick some ass and immediately shoot Marco with my big fuck off revolver.
That's what I'm talking about.
Amazing. Go ahead, roll plus tough, please.
Okay. Mark luck to change. Okay, actually, I'm gonna use one of my lucks and turn that failure, that abject failure, into a 12.
Okay. So you get to choose an extra effect.
Your attack inflicts double the normal harm, and my revolver does 2 harm in the first place, so it does 4.
Okay.
I think how he actually does it is has the revolver out, then remembers, oh right, I don't know how guns work, stuffs something into the barrel to fire off with the bullet, and it does extra damage.
So yeah. And then before I describe what happens, could you read what happens to me when you use a point of your luck as the crooked?
Whenever you spend a luck point, someone from your past will reappear in your life soon.
Okay, cool.
Oh
Excellent.
God.
Good to know.
Hells.
Marco, you fire off at the creature. Not Marco, Dolly, you fire off at the creature that Marco has turned into, and catching him in the side of the face as you see his head snap back. Unfortunately, okay, You then, stepping forward, take the brunt of his charge as he slams into you, picking you up off of your feet and slamming you into the cavern wall back there. You take 2 harm, Dowie.
Yeah, he's just groaning on the ground right now.
As after he drops Dowie back to the ground, the 3 of you standing up see Marco turn and now have his gaze locked onto Cornelius holding this case.
Oh, bloody hell! So I'm gonna take my gun, and I'm also gonna kick some ass, but I'm gonna use one of my expert moves to use a precise strike to add extra damage. So precision strike, when you inflict harm on a monster, you can aim for a weak spot, roll plus tough. On a plus 10, you inflict plus 2 harm. 7 to 9 is plus 1 harm.
Okay.
So that would be my shotgun damage. I'm gonna modify it. Pistol. 3 harm. Right? Or do I have to kick some ass first and then precision strike, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so kick some ass is a 10.
Okay.
Let's see. So I would like to inflict terrible harm, which means I'm currently at 4 harm, and I'd like to use my precision strike to
Sure.
roll again for more damage. Let's see. Precision strike. I got a 7, so that's still plus 1. That's 5 damage. So you see Ruth like take from her belt of supplies this like scope and add it to her gun and take a shot and aim at is it the clavicle? Like in the neck?
Yeah. As this, you're using a shotgun, correct?
Correct, yes.
Amazing. So as Cornelius, you standing there holding this case, see this creature come barreling towards you. All of a sudden, you see Ruth stand in front of you with a shotgun and blast it square in its chest. Ruth, you hit this thing just as it comes lumbering over you, and the momentum of it still carries it into you and knocks you to the ground. You're still going to take 1 harm from this. But as you land, waiting for this creature to do anything, you look down, and it is still unmoving.
Get it off, get it off, get it off, get it off me, please!
I'm just scared shitless, and I'm standing with the thing in my hands. Like, oh, right. And I'm going to help Ruth with my gloves
Do not
still
let
on.
go of that case. Do not. It's fine.
Ruth, darling, we might have to let go of this case if we want to live. And you just killed our person we're supposed to bring back.
It was going to kill you! It almost killed your brother!
Oh,
I'm
that is-
okay. I'm fine. Ugh.
Walk it off! Okay.
You walk it off.
She's trying to get out from under this monster.
Okay,
I can't
I'm
explain
gonna-
what's happening right now, but in due time, we just need to get out of here. So if Marco turned into a monster, then we can hypothesize that his brother did the same as well. I don't know how.
Or Marco turned into a monster before and killed his brother.
That's the other option. I know that there was a research done by Dr. Hugo Vries about genetic mutation. Okay, so maybe this is what that is. It's an experiment. But we need to get out of here.
Should we consider leaving the metal? It's radioactive. For all we know, this is what caused what happened to Marco.
So, as everyone's doing that and arguing amongst themselves, I'm going to do some deeply Josephine shit, which is I'm going to go over to the monster and like touch its claw, and I'm going to try to use magic to see if I can do any psychometry, and see if I can intuit that it's that Marco may have killed his brother or not.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay, so with a -1, that is a 11.
Okay. That still is good enough to work without any kind of a glitch. As you try to peer back through Marco's history, you can see he and his brother getting lost in the mines. You see the moment where their lights die and they separate and lose track of each other. You can see Marco stumbling around in the darkness for a long time until growing too weak to carry on anymore. But you don't see any signs that he harmed his brother before they split ways.
In that same way, being shunted back into my body. I hate to ruin your assumptions there, but it seems like Marco did not take his brother's life.
Okay, so Marco didn't, and we just fired off 2 guns. We should go.
I was going to do one other magic thing real quick. See
Sure.
if I can banish a spirit or curse. I don't know if there is a curse or anything like that affecting Marco, but I was going to give it a shot and see anyway.
Okay, go ahead and try.
Magic's very silly like that. Okay. Ooh, that's a 7.
We have a bunch of bless that
True.
we
I
haven't
feel like
used.
I'm saving it for like a big thing that's gonna try and eat us. I'm so scared.
I'm gonna cash in 3 of those bless and make it go from a 7 to a 10. To see if I
Okay.
can. The move specifically is banish a spirit or a curse from the person, object, or place inhabits. Now I don't know if that is true, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay. As you cast the magic, there is a curse, a presence, a magical effect that you feel here as well. Josephine, I need you to go ahead and roll tough for me again.
Oh boy, this is going well. Oh boy, I am in hell. Okay. Could have been worse. That's an 8.
An 8. Okay. I'm gonna cash in 2 more of my curses.
Can I counter cash to make it a 7 again?
You sure can. Yeah, if you would like to.
I need it to be a 7. I don't. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make it a 6. This is a one shot. Never mind.
Okay.
Let it ride.
We're goners. We're dead.
Josephine, as you start to banish this curse, you hear a voice that calls to you again and says,
No. You can't do that. I will be gone forever.
And can you say it just once clear for me too? Make sure I'm.
stop You can't do that, or I will be gone forever. In Goldie's voice.
I think if I could add a little bit of a move of my own here. Normally this isn't how it works, but I'm going to use the move. Could have been worse. So instead of missing, I'm going to have it fizzle as if I had rolled a failure on that magic. So if I try this again, like let's say I come back to my own right mind, it'll cause me double effort. So I have made everyone's life harder now. You're welcome. But yeah, I think you just see the like, her hand was like almost trying to pull, as if like pulling like a seed out of something very delicately, and you just see her hand falter for a second. Couldn't even tell if it was intentional or not, but falters just enough that it doesn't quite work right now.
And Josephine, as you pull your hand away, you feel a cool brush of wind pass by your shoulder, and you smell the scent of Marigold's hair. And you hear the words,
Go.
and feel a pull towards this tunnel where the rock says turn back.
And I think in that same way, snaps back, but it's slightly different how she moves. Instead of like the shunting quickly, it's almost like sits up slowly, as if like a rocking chair coming to a gentle halt. So I wasn't able to pull anything out of this quite yet, and I think answers might lie deeper in the tunnel. I keep getting a hint of intuition. Something's in that tunnel. It's further in, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel very confident about it.
Oh God. Do we have to?
As you ask, do we have to? You hear from the floor.
Okay,
As you
all
begin
right.
to see a movement in the arms. You begin to see the skin almost begin to boil, but not because it's burning, because it's shaping itself. It's changing as this creature begins to stand up again.
Okay, I run. I run towards wherever Josephine was pointing. I just run.
Oh my god. Fine. We'll follow your intuition.
I run as well. I run right. Well, I run after my brother, and I'm like, "Come on, we gotta go. We gotta go."
Excellent. And Josephine, I assume you're running there as well.
I was torn between running or fighting this. I will run. I want to do one more piece of magic to it.
Okay.
I think I get up, and I don't know. I think at this point, like, in a very dissociative fog of bouncing back and forth between what is real or not to her, I think she's like, no, I still need to stop this. And her, like, half, like, cocked idea is using magic once again to bar, like, to essentially keep this stuck here so it doesn't chase us. But I think she, like, gets up to sort of run with everyone, stops and turns, says nothing, so no one hears her stop. And's going to try to cast magic again.
Okay.
Look, to get out of the council's bad graces, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice. Ooh! I shouldn't have said the word sacrifice. Okay, so
Spend the bless. Spend it.
yeah, I'm gonna spend a bless because if I hadn't, this would have been a 6. So with that bless spent, that's gonna be let's say an 8. I'll spend enough to turn it to 8. So that's
Okay.
2. I'm burning
Uh,
through these. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Then you can pick a glitch, please.
Okay. So yeah, with the glitch, I'm going to take 1 harm.
Okay.
I think it is going to manifest in the form of like classic like nosebleed and slight bleeding like out of the like tear ducts. As like between everything, she is pulling herself in a lot of ways mentally, and it's just straining her. And I think in that same way, clicks the rings a couple of times, almost producing a bit of a spark, and pulls her hands in such a way that it looks almost like string. And like from there, you see a bit of light sort of enwrap around the actual creature.
And as the light begins to spiral and enwrap more around it, you see it begin to try to struggle. And as it can't break the strands and it can't move at this moment, all it is left able to do is let out this bellowing roar that reverberates and echoes off of the tunnel walls all around.
I think as I step away, I give it a look of pity and I say, "Don't worry, we'll both find our loved ones deeper in the cave." And I head back with the party. I'd catch up.
Excellent. We cut back to the other 3 of you who running down these tunnels trying to catch up to Cornelius do finally catch up to him at a familiar section of the tunnels. However, this time, instead of being a slight narrowing that you have to turn on your side, it is a small gap that you have to press through, forcing your body through, scraping against the stone on either side.
Oh god. Cornelius is gonna look at all the equipment that he. Oh god. I can't.
We can still listen, bro. We can steal some more. Go, go, go.
But the
We can still-
tectometers.
We can steal the money to get more. Go.
I'm gonna look at my beautiful tectometer that never fucking worked. I'm gonna drop it and try to crawl through. Yeah, I can try to crawl through. Do I still have the metal with me too?
Yeah, I'll say the case is narrow enough that it can squeeze past. I am going to need you to act under pressure here for me, though. That is plus cool, please, Cornelius.
Oh,
Can I give the help action to my brother?
You can. Yeah, you sure can.
God.
Okay,
Fuck yeah.
let's see. +1. Let's go. That is a 5, 6, 7, 8. Total of 8.
So
And so, what do I add with the help action?
I actually got a 12 in total. So wait,
Oh,
help out isn't advanced. Never mind. So you get a +1. You get a +1 for me.
so a 9.
Okay. So Cornelius, would you like a worse outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay?
We have bless. We still have bless left. By the way, friend.
Take the bless.
Okay. The bless. Okay, I take the bless. What exactly happens?
Okay, yeah, taking 1 bless to bump it up to a 10. You squeeze past these walls. You feel the pressure pushing against both sides of your body, even though the gap seems to remain the same, it almost feels like it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter as you get to the end. And just when you think you're not going to be able to push your body through anymore, you feel your shoulder get loose past that one edge, and you're able to push your way out through this opening and into this area beyond.
What do you see?
What do I see?
Cornelius, as you turn around, your flashlight again flickering on and off in your hand as you have to hit it a few times. You see what appears to be wood grain ahead of you, covering most of the wall, and you have to blink your eyes a few times to adjust. But it's not just wood grain, it's panels of wood stacked next to each other. You see an ornate brass knob about waist height. You see hinges on either side. You see a seam in the middle. There's a large ornate set of wooden doors that block the tunnel ahead of you.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up and down. I'm gonna call back. It's a door.
A door? And I turn to Dowie. It might be a way out.
All right, and Dowie like just immediately starts squeezing through this tunnel.
Okay,
Can I
Dowie,
help my brother with the help action?
how are you doing that from the other side, Cornelius?
Oh shoot.
Hand reaching in.
Yeah, hand reaching in.
Okay. Go ahead and roll plus cool for me, Dowie, and plus cool Cornelius as well.
Okay. Okay. What do I get from you, Cornelius?
So I rolled
Oh, boy.
a 6.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So what does that do?
That exposes you to trouble or danger without helping Dowie.
It's fine. I got a 10. So I grab your hand to help me pull through. Not really getting any help.
Oh god. I'm not that
However, Cornelius, as you stick your hand in the opening to reach forward, as you grab Dowie's hand, you feel the walls compress tightly around your arm as the gap narrows suddenly, almost pushing almost locking Dowie out for a second. You feel it clamp around your elbow and your arm hyperextend until the walls almost as suddenly breathe out and open up again. As Dowie, you're able to quickly kind of rush forward in the brief gap that is there until they shut to the similar, very tight corridor that they have formed.
Oh god. Are you okay, bro?
Sorry,
Are you?
Cornelius, I'm gonna need you to take 2 harm.
So I'm at 3 harm now.
Yes, and you are also, yes, you're also going to take -1 to use your arm until you have a chance to properly heal or attend to the wounds.
How many total harm before I die?
6.
6? Oh,
7?
shit.
I think it's 7, but you get 4 before you become unstable.
Okay, I'm at
Yes.
3. Just screw me for helping, man. Dang, that was scary.
I think Dowie comes out, is like, looks at your arm, Jesus fuck, and then looks at the door.
I'm sorry. I thought I was stronger.
It's all right. It's all right. Is there a keyhole on the door?
There is a keyhole on the door.
Dowie's gonna wait until the others get here before
Sure.
doing anything, but
As we come back to Ruth on the other side, it's about this time that I'll say, Josephine, you catch up as you hear the commotion on the other side of this gap, as Cornelius and Dowie have already made it through. Ruth and Josephine, you two are still on this side here.
So, Cornelius and Dowie are on the other side of this very narrow escape route. There apparently is a door. You want to go first or me?
I've been keeping the rear up for now, so I'm okay with doing that again. I've managed to stop the Marco for now, so I can stay in
see.
the back just in case he happens to get loose.
I appreciate your bravery, Josephine. Kind of avoiding eye contact with you as she compliments you for the first time. I'll see you on the other side. Please be safe.
Yeah. You too. I don't like what this place is doing to everyone.
Neither do I. Let's try to get out together. Best of luck.
course.
So she's gonna start trying to like squeeze her way through this narrow area.
Okay, go ahead and roll to act under pressure with plus cool for me, please.
Both of us, or
Just Ruth for now.
okay.
Without help, I got a 9.
Okay. Are you using any bless to put that up to a 10, or are you leaving that at a 9?
Bump that up to a 10.
Okay, yeah. I'll take it. I'll take a bless. Bump it up to a 10.
Okay. Ruth, as you hold your breath as you squeeze into this narrow gap, remembering the experience from the last time, you try to get yourself through as quickly as you can. Luckily, you only feel the stone gently scraping against you as you push your way through and find yourself on the other side with Cornelius and Dowie.
Cornelius, you look hurt. Do you need help? I have my first aid kit.
You're muted.
And that's where we went off. Cornelius is gonna act all tough when he clearly has, I think, a broken arm or something. So he would appreciate it.
Okay, let's use one of these panels to make you a sling and keep it rigid. I'm going to use my infirmary, my little kit, which is you can heal people and have the space for 1 or 2 to recuperate. The keeper will tell you how long the patient's recovery is likely to take, and you'll need extra supplies. And if you need extra supplies for help. So there's help out? Is that what that would roll for? Helping out?
I'm gonna say, because you are trying to cobble this like sling together as quickly as you can, I'm gonna say act under pressure, please.
Okay. Act under pressure, that's plus cool.
Yep.
9 again.
Okay.
For this one, since it's like a medical thing, I think I'm just going to do
Okay. Um. With the time that you have and the abilities of your first aid kit here,
Yeah.
you could either properly set Cornelius's arm to try to prevent any further damage that would take place. This would permanently for the rest of for the rest of while the splint is on there, would disable him from using the arm. However, it would heal some of his harm and keep him away from that unstable condition. However, if you'd like, you could eliminate his -1 forward. You could essentially make his arm usable in the short term, but it will cause additional harm when he does so.
When he uses it?
Yeah, when he uses that arm.
Okay. I'm sorry to make this decision for you, Cornelius, but we need you stable. And I'm hoping that you're ambidextrous. So she's going to take your arm and like pull it back into place, and then just tie a bandage around your rib cage and torso, just keeping your arm locked there. You only have one arm free now.
Oh, what about the medal? Oh, who's gonna hold the medal?
You still have one free arm.
Right.
I'll
Or would you
take the
prefer to
medal.
hold a weapon?
Okay, I'm fine. Who needs a weapon? I'm better at using my mind anyway. But ow, thank you.
As she does this, go ahead and heal one of your harm, Cornelius.
Yay.
And we will go to Josephine. Are you squeezing by now, or are you still keeping guard?
I'm gonna squeeze by.
Okay. Go ahead to act under pressure, please.
Okay, that's a 7.
Okay. You do have 2 blessed in the pool with someone helping out. It's possible to get up to a 10.
Nah.
Okay. Then would you
I'll
like a
save
worse
those.
outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay?
I hope hard choice is one of those things I can take harm for. I'll take a hard choice.
Okay. As you begin to push forward, similarly, you feel the walls begin to squeeze closer and closer into you. As you say, your hard choice is you can push yourself forward, but you're going to take some harm as the walls begin to tear at your skin.
Yeah, I have a point of armor. I have a piece of armor from my coat that I wear. It is enchanted, so I will at least take it with some reduction. So, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Then you would take 1 harm with the 2 reduced to 1 as you push through your coat, the leather or whatever the coat. What is the coat made of on top of that armor?
It's it's so I'm not wearing any actual armor, it's just the coat. It's just enchanted. So I think it is like the traditional like waistcoat, like the magician's waistcoat. So like I don't know whatever waistcoats are made of. Let's go with silk. Actually, it's silk. It's gonna be soft and moves well because I'm fancy.
As you see the silk of your enchanted coat begin to tear the protection in it beginning to fade a little bit. You feel your skin torn against the stone. You do still take 1 damage, but as you pop out to the other side, the 4 of you together now, the 2 doors in front of you swing open.
Without me using my key.
Yes.
Oh fuck. Well, nice knowing you guys.
Something's expecting us, I see.
Gun out, bullets reloaded.
Shotgun.
Alright.
Good
Gloves
lord.
on and hands ready, just to cast.
I give a thumbs up with my good arm. That's all I can do.
But it's okay.
I look at my fuck off revolver. I look at Ruth's shotgun. Maybe you should take the lead. You do have the bigger gun.
Don't mind if I do. So then she gets ready and goes forward.
And with Ruth in the lead, as the four of you pass through these doors, you find yourselves once again in the foyer to Hawthorne Manor. However, this time, instead of bright and sunny, instead of the laughter of children ringing through the halls, instead of newly renovated floors and surfaces, everything here is very old. There is a blue carpet that barely covers the central floor, most of it eaten away. You can see the wood underneath of it has faded where that carpet used to be. You can see there are paintings that hang along the wall, but whatever they used to depict has faded so much with time that they're mostly blobs of color on gray backgrounds. There is a red carpeted staircase that leads upstairs, but the carpet is patchy and has holes in it and is faded to a dusty rust color. You can see there are several doors that lead off into the other rooms of the house, as well as the familiar stone door that led down into the basement. You can see on the walls, the plaster, the drywall is cracked and peeling and coming off. Whatever paint there is chipped. And you can see, to the behind the drywall areas. What are you all doing as you re-enter Hawthorne Manor?
We see the front door, right?
Yes, though, as you turn back to look, the doors do slowly swing shut behind you.
I want to open them again.
You cannot.
Is it locked?
They appear to be.
Uh-oh.
I pull out the gem and hold it and turn it into a skeleton key.
Okay. You, are you using it on the door here?
Wait, what's that?
I picked it off of somebody, and it turns into a key when I want to use it, and it pretty much opens up anything. So I guess we could open this door again.
Is it a limited time use?
No.
Oh, great. Go for it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'll put the key in and turn it and try and open the door.
Dowie, as you pull open the doors to the manor, instead of seeing the entrance ahead of you, you see a solid wall, but it's not a stone wall. It doesn't match the tunnels that you've been in. It is a wall that seems to be made of the metal that is in the case you are carrying.
Holy shit. Okay.
And you can
Um,
see there are cracks that run through this metal wall.
I knew I should have prioritized researching that more.
May I please? May I please take out the tuning fork? I'm gonna walk
Sure.
over to the wall and I'm gonna ding it. And I would like to use my instant success just to ask the question, is this magical or is magic real?
Oh my god.
Did you gonna use it on?
I love that. Would you like to? Okay, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, the DM's like, yes, please use
Absolutely.
that.
Cornelius, as you strike your tuning fork against the wall, you feel something inside of you shift. There is a doubt that you have held for a very long time that settles into that certainty. There is something about this metal that defies every known law of physics, that defies logic, even.
Okay. As the tuning fork lets out an eerie chord that I've never heard before as I strike it upon this rock, I'm gonna turn to my friends. My god. It's worse than I thought. It's real. It's real. I thought we were all doing a bit. What the fuck?
Did you think I was
I
lying
liter-
this entire time?
Yes.
I literally have a pendant that turns into a skeleton key for any lock. What do you mean?
I thought it was a bit. I thought you and Josephine did a little flash paper, whatever.
I sold my soul to the devil for you.
You did what? Since when?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
While these three are fighting, I'm just gonna see if like there's a newspaper clipping or something, so I know what year we're in. Make sure we didn't end up lost in time.
Oh gosh.
Go ahead and investigate that mystery, Josephine.
If we're back in the manor, are the windows, like, are we able to look outside them?
You are?
Do we see anything? Or is it just black?
I will answer that as soon as
Alright, that's a
We get
9.
9. Okay. Go ahead, ask one question then.
I guess I'm asking what happened here, but mostly in the sense of trying to figure out what time period it is. If we are still in our, like, to essentially look for a date.
As you look around, you begin to look for the specifics. You begin to look at the little details. Picking up books off of the shelves, you open and you begin to flip through them and turn and find they're just full of empty blank pages. None of the paintings seem to depict any real figures, just vague shapes. You begin to see the couches, the furniture is all slightly wrong. The chairs have 3 legs instead of 4. The couch is at an angle forward. You don't feel like you've left the time period that you're in, but you feel like this is a maybe hasty imitation of Hawthorne Manor. To bounce to Ruth's question, Ruth, as you go to the other room, the closest window being through the study where you had the conversation with Tony earlier. You pull open, you remember these large double glass doors that led onto this porch. And as you do so, you're met with more walls of this metal. These cracks running through them. You can see the cracks chipping in larger sections, almost like the paint on the walls of the house itself.
Cornelius, could I borrow that piece of metal real quick?
I hand
Or
it to
if
her.
you... Okay, great. I'd like to read a bad situation as I'm doing this, but I want to see if this fragment reacts to the wall in front of me.
Sure. Go ahead. And roll plus sharp, please.
We trying to keep our blesses, fam?
We're
Spend
in the
it.
home stretch. I support
Nah.
spending it.
Go big or go home.
I'll just take one. So I have a 7.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask, what's our best way out? As I'm holding this piece of metal to these like cracks and fractured pieces. And I'll think out loud. I'm wondering if this one piece that was auctioned off actually belongs here. And if we can find where it goes, maybe then we'll return to our time frame. No? No? You have any better ideas?
I leave it and run away.
We have to leave it here. We have to find where it goes first. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
We're
Run
in
away
effect
to
in a way.
where? Everything has a wall in it. We could try shooting the wall down and hoping to crack it. What?
I think at this time. Oh, sorry, you first.
Nope. I'm trying to think. I'm worried that maybe I'll. Fuck. If magic is real, maybe I'll try the tuning fork again against the doors.
So I do want to make sure we give the answer to the question that Ruth asked before we move
Yes.
on.
Go ahead, do that.
You asked what your best way out was, correct?
Yeah, and I gave
Okay.
my idea or hypothesis for it.
Sure. Ruth, you feel like there is certainly a connection between the chunk of metal that you have and the wall. However, as you look at it, there are certain differences. There's almost a blue sheen, like veins of some mineral running through the metal that surrounds you, and in the sample that you have, it's almost a green sheen. They're connected, but you don't feel like this piece belongs here. However, you do feel like this piece might be able to be used to interact with this wall.
So, I'm right and I'm wrong, but I
Often
think
correct.
this piece is interactive with the wall, but I just don't know how and or where it is most effective. So there's that.
Oh, does Cornelius still have his divining rod?
Yeah, that's small enough that you could have fit that through the gap.
All right, just put that on this, and see if it pulls us to where it's supposed to go. Do you have a better idea? Jackie.
What? Your rod thing?
Yes.
Go for it. I don't know where we are.
All right, I slap it on top of the divining rod, use the rope to tie it together, and
Okay.
see if anything, if magic is real, this better work.
Cornelius, go ahead. Please roll plus sharp to read a bad situation for me.
Oh god. All right, plus sharp. That's 2, plus 2. One-handed too, because I don't got the other hand. Oh.
I'll help you like put it together.
You know what? That is a 6.
I have
Okay.
a +1 moving forward. Can I give it to Cornelius?
In what way?
By helping him since he has one hand, by helping him like tie it together.
Hold the other end of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, so you could definitely help him out here. What's your +1 forward for?
I just wrote it down as +1 forward. I think you gave it to me and Dowie for flirting.
Oh, okay.
It was a while back.
So that was for specifically like tracking through the tunnels, but you can certainly try to help
Oh.
out that 6 to bump it
yes.
up.
Okay, cool. You just happened to give it during that time. I didn't know why, and I just assumed you gave it because we're flirting. Help out.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll plus cool, please.
Okay. 7 + 2, 9.
Okay.
So I can give him +1 to their roll.
Yep.
Yay!
So, Cornelius, you get one question, please, from Read a Bad Situation.
Okay. Ugh. I guess the read a bad situation. I think. What's my best way out?
You feel the metal in the dowsing rod begin to pull you towards the doorway, the metal of the doorway. However, Ruth, would you like danger or trouble?
Trouble.
Okay. There is a rumbling that starts to occur through the house as bits and pieces of the plaster fall off from the walls, and you can see behind the plaster is more of this metal that seems to coat the entire surface of the house behind the plaster and the paint and the wood.
Okay, and we are moving. We are getting out of here. Follow Cornelius and the weird metal with the fork thing. Out, 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 out. So, taking everyone, pushing them aside. We need to go. Wherever that is leading you, Cornelius, follow it.
Cornelius is amazed that this actually fucking worked. Like, what the fuck?
At this point, as you are all yelling, Josephine, you hear a voice again, and I'm not going to use the filter because I've heard there's some issues with it. However, You hear a voice again whisper to you, "They're wrong." And as you look, you see the basement door swings open. "I'm down here."
Can I make a roll to challenge that?
Sure. Roll, please, to act under pressure.
That's an 11, baby.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think if I could narrate a little bit,
Absolutely.
I think as she hears the voice and she takes a step, there's almost this flash of realization as she has thought about the way that this voice has been trailing her and like in her ear. She has to like almost contend with a uncomfortable truth. Goldie isn't dead. Goldie is gone. Goldie is gone due to Josephine's own mistakes as a partner, as a person. And I think she like mutters like, "You're alive. You're just not here. I'm why you're not here." And like almost, I think like a couple of tears fall as she like, I think is hit with like the full brunt of the emotionality of this. And if I can, I will give myself a point of harm as I am like, I think kind of battling this psychic wall to realize this. But she, I think, comes to terms with it and has managed to like kind of realize that she has been getting played by this voice. I don't know if the voice realizes it yet, but I think she like whispers, You're in there. Right?"
Yes. Down
She start-
here.
She starts tapping her fingers. Sort of the beginning for casting. And she steps closer to the basement, right here, right?
Yes.
I would like to roll to kick some ass. And create a blast of fire down there.
Okay.
Whatever it is needs to stay the fuck away.
Go,
So-
Josephine. Go, Josephine.
Yeah, I am going to, for kick some ass roll, I roll plus weird because I have combat magic.
What?
And that was, hey, I'm going to ask a question. Have the wizards forgiven me yet? I'm curious. If not, that is fair. Mostly I just want to know.
I don't think yet.
Okay. Alright, so then, yeah, I'm going to roll combat magic in terms of how the spell is going to look. It is going to be a blast with the effect of fire, so that is 4 harm. If I get a 10 or higher, it won't spread. That is important to note. Okay. So, with that, I got a... sorry, math is hard. 9.
Okay.
I am not against the fire spreading in the basement. I'm okay with that basement burning. No, because the guy might be down there. Is there any bless left? Or is that all of it? There's
There's
one?
one bless left.
Am I allowed? Does this
Take
jive
it
with the
away.
room?
Live
Alright.
your dreams.
I'll steal the bless and I'll make it a 10 so the fire doesn't spread.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you see she flicks her fingers together again. There's like one spark as if it's from the flash paper, and almost grabbing it, it sort of turns into a big ball of fire as she shoots it down at the basement.
Okay. How much harm was this again?
4.
4.
Well, it's also kick some ass roll, so I can inflict terrible harm and make it a 5.
Okay. You launch this fireball down into the basement, and as it descends the stairway, in the moment that it illuminates the basement. You don't see a cellar floor. You don't see a furnace or the rooms that you saw. You see a writhing mass of flesh. As the fireball impacts whatever is in the basement, you hear this creature roar out in the sound of a dozen voices at once. As Josephine, you see shooting up from the basement is a tentacle that slams into your body and wraps itself around you. That does 2 harm to you, and you are currently bound by this thing.
All right.
As
Yeah,
it
I
deals
am
harm
not
back
well.
to you after that kick-ass move.
Yeah. I will take one less only because it wrapped me, and I still have my enchanted clothes.
Sure.
So I'm only dying a little bit less. Oh boy.
Oh god.
Yeah, I
the
think
other
I'm
three of
at
you,
4
though,
harm.
see this though.
Uh,
What would you like to do as you see this tentacle begin to lift Josephine into the air, 5 feet into the air, hovering there in this foyer?
Oh man.
I think
Yes.
that Ruth is still trying to get Cornelius to lead wherever the fork and metal is heading, and she'll say, "You start going on ahead. I'll get it," and she'll cock the shotgun and then go for the base of the tentacle, because she's the tentacle has Josephine up in the air, so she's going to try and shoot at the base of it to try and drop Josephine down the floor and hopefully rescue her.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use the shotgun to kick some ass.
Go for it. Roll plus tough, please.
Oh my god, that was so bad. No. I miss.
Okay.
I got lower than a 7.
Okay. So as you go to get your ass kicked, you get your ass kicked instead.
Yep.
So as you rush over with this shotgun in your hand, you go to fire off at this creature. Unfortunately, you miss the second tentacle that has snaked its way up the floor. It wraps around your ankle and scoops you up, dangling you there from your hands. Your shot goes wide, grazing some of the paintings that are on the wall, revealing more of the metal that is behind them. You take 2 damage and are bound there. And unfortunately, you don't deal your damage back. Cornelius, as you frantically begin to search this wall for a way out, Dowie, you hear a voice. A voice that calls out again and says, "Your soul for their lives."
Oh boy. Okay, hold on. All right. Okay. I think Dowie is gonna look at. Actually,
That emotional. I get it.
Yep. Dowie is going to look back at Cornelius, look at Josephine, look at Ruth, recall the fact he doesn't have his soul anyway, and the time is slowly ticking closer. And and Daisy, if he would allow this, and his acceptance, and him kind of accepting this, like kind of stepping forward, pulling out the gun, like letting the two get down out of the tentacle, and is like about to walk forward down the basement steps towards where I'm assuming the voice came from, kind of turns to the rest of the group and says, Cornelius, you're gonna have to be the tough one now. And to Ruth says, probably would have been a fun time, huh? And is gonna walk down the basement stairs towards the tentacles.
I want to stop you so bad. I want to
If you
stop
want to
you.
try, I support you doing it.
Okay.
Is there
hey,
anything I can do to stop my brother
I
from
got
sacrificing
something.
himself?
I had one more trick. Can I use some big magic?
You could try to.
Uh,
What are you trying to do with the big magic?
I want to essentially make a fireball or like a ball of magic so big it deads this entire thing and erases like the problem. We're in a room like of magic, right? Or like there's magic around us a lot, right? Like the blue stuff. Or am I missing?
There is, yeah, the behind the facade of this house appears to be a shell of this metal.
Okay. Yeah, I think since I was able to see kind of through the facade, I think if I was like just freed, I kind of put one hand on the ground and just try to siphon as much as I can for one big move. And if it doesn't work, don't worry, I have an idea. I still have 1 point of luck, so I'm willing to try to make a big old fuck off ball of magic if that is allowed.
Sure.
Do you want this to be a magic roll?
Is this so? You're trying to do some big magic.
Big magic. Let me know what else I need to sacrifice.
Mhm. Okay. I'm gonna require you to use magic as a part of the ritual.
Okay.
And ask that you roll plus weird with that -1, please.
Okay. I rolled terribly. So, unless anyone in this exact moment would like to donate to an instant success, I'm going to use a luck point. But once again, you could absolutely just donate for an instant success for me. There's
Am I able to help?
there's not enough help in the world. I'll be real. I mean, well, a bless plus mine. A help could get it to 7 actually. So yes, you could help.
So if I can get at least 1, it'd be helpful? Or 2?
Yeah, I only need 1.
Okay. So the way that I help, I can't do magic, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out from the tentacle's grasp, and I'm going to tackle Dowie to the floor to give a better opening for Josephine to hit into the basement. Like, I'm guessing, like, I think that's helping enough so that instead of having to, like, work around this Dowie, I just tackle them out of the way so you can just blindly go, you know, kind of thing. That's how I think I can help.
Go ahead, roll plus cool.
Really good. Let's see. Plus cool, 7.
Okay.
So that's a 1. I gave you +1.
That's actually going to become a 6. But do you have any blesses left in your pool?
No.
That's going to become a 6 as I'm going to use one of them.
I used.
I'm going to use 2
Oh yeah, 1 did just get
curses.
used.
4. That leaves me with 1, 2, 3.
Why do you hate us?
To bring that down to a 5. Which means I'm going to request Josephine to pick a glitch for me, please.
Okay,
And
wait.
I will take note that in this instance, you see Ruth has tried to tackle Dowie to the ground, has managed to push Dowie out of the way, but is now standing square in front of the basement door. If you choose to go forward with this, Ruth will suffer the damage from the attack as well.
Okay, let me look at something.
Ooh. Ooh.
Well, he
Uh, as I, Dare Hickman, a human being blessed with untimely luck, thank you so much, Purple and Silver, because I have an instant success right now. So you know what's gonna happen? We're just gonna do that. We're gonna just do the thing. It's gonna weave right around Ruth and Dowie. So let's just do the thing.
Okay.
I think this blast, instead of being like their traditional red of a fireball, looks blue. And I think like it kind of almost curves around them because of this like font of magic that is being like absorbed from, as like all of it is just shot straight into that basement.
Okay. Josephine, this blast emanates from your hand. It arcs down into the basement, and the next thing any of you see is a flash of white light and a high-pitched ringing noise in your ears. As the light slowly fades and your vision begins to return to you, you find yourselves floating in this void of dark space with nothing that stretches out in front of you and nothing that stretches out behind you. In the middle of this dark void, you see a door of light that appears, beckoning you forward and into it.
We're all there.
You look around and you all four do appear to be there.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think a door is better than floating in infinity.
Into the unknown?
For better or
I
for
swim through
worse.
space.
You've got a point.
I think Ruth reaches out for whoever is like close to her and just like
Yeah, take
attempts-
hands. Take hands.
Everyone joins hands.
Yeah, I'll definitely take the free hand of Cornelius, and I'm guessing since I was closest to Dowie's the other one, and I'm
Oh,
going
you better
to-
take Dowie's hand.
And I like lean forward in like an attempt to like move us forward, because again, we're in space. We don't know this. Ruth's brain is broken right now. How is this possible? So she's just pulling everyone forward.
As you pull everyone forward, the others in tow, as you cross this boundary of light into the doorway, you feel sensation come back to your body. You feel weight come back to your body. You feel the warmth of the room around you. You hear the roar of the furnace. And you see you are in the basement of Hawthorne Manor. There's a bong, bong, bong that rings out 3 times as you look, and the clock is set at midnight. However, just then you see the door to the basement swing open and you see the light pour down from above as you hear the voice of Tony DeLuca call down and go, "It's been hours. Where have you all been? It's midnight now."
Do we have Marco with us by any chance, or is it just us?
It is just the 4 of you.
Awesome.
What
awesome.
does the divining rod do? Does it still have the metal attached to it?
The divining rod still does have the metal attached to it, yes.
I'm gonna get up calmly and I hit Tony with the dividing rod. I'm like, you could have warned us. What, did you know what was in there?
What warned you about what? Did you find my brothers?
Yes,
They're dead.
They tried to kill us.
What?
Okay, lots of information. Yes. I don't think the investigators that you have hired will believe us, and I don't think your brother will be making it back. I'm sorry, but there, and then she like kind of turns to everyone. We found a mine underneath your home, and it collapsed. I'm sorry, but we couldn't investigate further, and I suggest that you don't go down there either.
Yeah.
Kind of like looking to the others.
I will reach from my out of my pocket and pull out the bit of like bloodied flannel or whatever the like material it was. As just like a bit of credence to the things collapsed in there.
You should probably move, honestly.
As you can see, we narrowly made it out, and I point to Cornelius's like arm that's been like tied to their chest. I'm sorry, but it collapsed. This is all we could find.
I understand. Thank you for giving us some closure. I mean, at least it was a tunnel collapse, right? Nothing super weird.
Right. Nothing super weird. And
I
a
don't
tear
think
rolls
this-
down Cornelius's face as he remembers the camera that he lost with every proof that he had.
As we zoom out from Hawthorne Manor, we see your group damaged, bloodied, broken, but still alive and together. Leave the house. We see carriages, horseless carriages, pull up as waves of individuals wearing all jet black suits hop out and begin to make their way up towards the manor. The DeLuca family will go on to tell many stories about Hawthorne Manor. But thanks to you four, most of those stories will be good ones. They will talk about their children growing up there and the laughter that they share. Sure, they will talk about their brothers that they lost in the tragic mine accident beneath the house, and occasionally the strange picture that moves or door that shuts in the middle of the night, but it's wind, right? Nothing more than superstition that can be easily written off. After all, it's the 20th century now. Time moves forward, and the world is forgetting these silly superstitions of the past. Whether they want to or not. And that is where we will end episode 3 of The House the Devil Built. Thank you all so much for watching and joining with us on this story. I'm going to kick it back over to our wonderfully talented cast of hunters so that they can tell you other projects that they're involved in and where you can find them. I'll kick it back over to Dare.
Hi, hey, and hello. My name is Dare. I am an Emmy-nominated tabletop writer, performer, and like 17 other things. I'm your resident Polyam princess who absolutely gets into way too much trouble. If you want to find me anywhere on the internet, you can find me pretty much everywhere at Dare to Dream RPG. That is DARE, the number 2, DREAM RPG, where I am doing a ton. I have a game that's in the works that I'm probably going to get released in the next 2 weeks. You can find me on Twitch at the same place where I'm doing a bunch of variety streaming. Currently, I'm playing Night in the Woods. I plan on playing Undertale next week since the 9th anniversary. And today is Bandcamp Friday. At least it's still Friday for me. And I make music. So if you want to check out either of my albums, Cyberpunk Funk or The Lucy's, which are 2 collections of a bunch of digital beeps and boops and bops, you can find them at daretodreamrpg.bandcamp.com. But yeah, that's me. I'm going to throw it over to Justin.
Hi, my name is Justin, also known as Freddy's Roommate on the internet, and you can find me wherever toys are sold at Freddy's Roommate on the internet. That's TikTok, Twitter, and on Instagram. If you like what you see here and you want to see more, you should totally check out Dungeons and Demigod Season 2. First episode just dropped yesterday, and so we'll be back in like 2 weeks. But yeah, that's where I play a lovable son of Hermes called Theo Buchanan. I'm a rogue, and it's really fun. So if you like it, and you like having a good time, definitely check it out. And I'm going to pass it to my bro, VJ.
Hi, everybody. My name's VJ. You can find me at VJH Creations everywhere on the internet, except for Instagram, where it's VJH_creations. However, there's nothing there right now, so get in on the ground floor, I guess. What am I doing? Jesus Christ. Yes, hi. I've got a Wild West Domain of Dread coming out in conjunction with my good pal Mason in October. Fun little funky little one-shot there. I got a revamp of my Hunt RPG coming out in October as well, where you play a vampire agent hunting other rogue vampires. And last but not least, in September, I'm on a project where we're updating the player's handbook, the subclasses that didn't make it into the 2024 player's handbook. That'll be out this month too at some point on the DM's Guild. Check out the Warlock, because that's my baby and that's what I worked on. And of course, last but not least, gonna toss it over to my amazing flirt you know what? Words. Hey, there you go, Jackie.
You get your tongue twisted. Anyway, hi everyone. My name is Jackie. You can find me on most socials using the username Jackie_Ilana_Chan. I am on TikTok doing comedy lip sync, on YouTube doing tutorials for Shibari, and you can find me on Critical Dice once a month doing the Grey Watch stream playing Sage Burner. It was amazing being able to play with everyone tonight. It was my first time playing with a lot of you all and being DM'd by Daisy. Thank you so much for having me. Daisy, on to you.
Yes, and thank you all for donating your time and your talents to our little fundraiser here. Tonight we were able to raise $79, which brings our total over 3 games so far to $399. So thank you so much, chat, for contributing. Honestly, I don't think all 4 of you would have made it out without the chat's help at the end there.
Wow.
I
Okay.
was trying hard, and y'all earned it. Y'all earned it well. So, thank you all so much. Don't miss. We come back next week. Same. I struggled so hard not to say same bat time, same bat channel. Same time, same channel. You'll find us for episode 4, A Pale Colored Horse, featuring another wonderful cast of content creators coming back next week here on 5% Chance. You can catch all of our episodes over on YouTube on the 5% Chance channel. If you missed any previous episodes, you can catch up there before next week, as well as the VODs will be available right here too. If you're here still, make sure you give 5% Chance a follow so you're notified when we go live, not only for this, but for all the other shows here on the channel. And until next week, folks, have a good night. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye.